Hey, let me know if this sounds all right, first of all. But hey, welcome back. Let me know how the audio sounds. I have messed with some things. I have turned off the AI filter, which means that when I yell, it will not save your hearing necessarily, but you'll be able to hear it. I don't know if that's a worthwhile trade-off, but I think it might be. Also, I have a fan running in the background because Hyperborea is getting hit hard by summer currently. It's humid, it's hot. So hopefully that doesn't pick up. And hopefully you can't hear my son downstairs when he inevitably starts yelling something up at me. Racial slurs that I've taught him or whatever the case. But hey, how's everyone doing? This is probably like the last experiment stream. And what I mean by that is we've been kind of doing like Monday and Friday, and I'm trying to decide which one I like better. I'm leaning towards Friday, but it also depends somewhat on like who shows up, what how I feel at the end of the stream, just like how it goes. Do you know what I mean? Like first of all, I noticed that we have less people today than we did on Monday, but also less than on Friday. And so then it's that this is the problem. This is why this experiment could in theory just go on forever, because it's the question of is it there's so many possibilities. Are there a little less people today because it's just been, I've returned, and then there was another stream where I returned, and now people are just like, all right, he's back. Okay, cool. But I don't care. I'm not going to show up. Or is it like because it's Friday? Or is it because of something else that I did not even factor in? Because I'm 2 days into Deus Ex, and people are just like, well, I didn't watch the last 2 streams, so I got to catch up. Or do people, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea at all. I feel like it could even just be that like everybody now knows after the first 2 streams that I've been spending the first half hour to 45 minutes literally just BSing and talking about just whatever, talking about my future career as the top male VTuber in the world. I don't know. Like I have no idea. If anyone has any feedback on that, let me know. But yeah. Anyway, how's it going? What's up? Welcome back. It's still very good to be back, and it's good to like be streaming again. It's also so strange. I have not had this situation in years. And I don't just mean years as in like, it's been like years since I streamed. But I mean also years even when I was streaming. The chat is silent. There are at least like a dozen of you there, just like wide-eyed staring at the screen, just like he's still yapping. Why aren't we gaming? I heard you cut out a small bit earlier. Okay, well it shouldn't though, is the thing. It shouldn't. Maybe I still have it on. Wait. Maybe I'm there. Maybe that. I don't know. I have no idea. I think maybe I just fixed it. It's like I don't know how to work this program for because for work when I'm making sales. By the way, I made like a lot of sales. I don't want. No, I'm not gonna. Never mind. Never mind. Nobody likes to hear how much money somebody else is making doing nothing. I'm sorry. I won't mention it again. But it works great at work. But for this, it's like it's not right. AI has not got it when it comes to streaming. AI is kind of dumb in a lot of ways, and I say that as someone who knows. You know what I mean? I use AI. I sell AI. I get it. It's good at some things. It's so stupid at other things. Can I say it's so retarded at other things? Somebody pointed out that word may actually be not allowed on Twitch. I don't know if that's true or if this is just fear-mongering me. I don't chat, but I'm fine with yap intros. Perfect. Love it. Perfect, because that's what I do. I have things. I could yap for an entire stream. I mean, I do. I mean, I don't know if you've ever watched. Have any of you watched one of my streams before? We play games, but it's yapping like the whole time. I'm not one of these guys who's like, okay, I gotta lock in and then silence. Do you know what I mean? Did you experience how uncomfortable that was? Where there was like 5 seconds. That was like 2 seconds of silence just then, where I said nothing. It is the most uncomfortable thing in the world. Occasionally, for comedic effect, a little bit of a gap, fine. But like, I don't understand. I really don't understand the people who are just like, yeah, I'm just gonna play the game now, and occasionally I'll be like, got him. Whoa. You know what I mean? Like just little interjections, like it's like I mean maybe it's realistic. Like you're sitting next to your friend on the couch, they're not going to be like giving you a speech. That's what I would do. But like they're not going to be talking through the whole movie or like playing a game or something. But treat the Twitch TOS as EULAs. You mean I don't read them? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I haven't read it, so I don't know for sure. Can't watch your streams live because of time zone difference. I'm in Russia. It's a pain. But you're doing it right now. But welcome from Russia, by the way. How is Russia right now, by the way? Because I actually know somebody who, he's making a lot of money in the same field of work I'm in, and he's moving to Russia. He's not from the US, he's from Germany. And he's like, screw it, dude. Like, fuck it. I'd much rather live in Russia. And he loves it. I think he still leaves in the winter sometimes, but it's funny. I know another guy who's moving to Iran right now from England. That I think that tells you more about England than it does about Iran, to be honest. The guy's like, you know what? I would like to escape from the tyranny of the English government. You know what's significantly more free country than England? Iran. I mean, I guess if you're a man, hey, but yeah, but he's allowed. Yeah, it seems he's moving there. Guy named Bart, which I didn't know was a real name that people actually named people. I thought that was a cartoon name, and that would be like naming your son like Barney or like Mr. What's the frog's Kermit the Frog. You know what I mean? Like, but is Kermit could actually be a real name. Actually, now that I think about that. But it's okay. It's okay. All right. It's okay. All right. I mean, it's a big country, so I guess it's kind of ridiculous to ask how Russia is. Like that's like if I ask somebody, so how's Europe? You know what I mean? It's like, well, it's a big place. Like, how's America? It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I know what my little corner of America is like. The rest of it, I don't know. Kermit was historically a real name. Teddy Roosevelt's son was named Kermit. Okay. All right. What a dork. He really got like the short end of the stick on like history then. Bart is a short name of Bartholomew. Yeah. I actually know some people who run. So if you run in like traditional Catholic circles, you get to see live old names get resurrected because it's the hip thing right now to pick old saint names and bring them back from the dead. So I have met someone named Bartholomew. Bartholomew. I've met kids named Augustine and like these names. I'm trying to think of other like just ridiculous ones. I'm not against it. I've got like Northumbrian saint names pretty high on our list for kid names in the future. So my son wants to name our next kid if he doesn't talk a lot, right? He's not even 2, but he thinks that the child my wife is pregnant with is going to be a girl. That's his guess, and he wants us to name it like Walburga after Saint Walburg. And I'm like, I don't really like that name. It doesn't really. It makes me picture. It's probably because I'm not German pilled enough. Do you know what I mean? But it makes me picture like an ogre or something. Do you know what I mean? No offense, obviously, to the saint whose name it was, or any like German woman who has this name. Maybe it's still a name that is used, but yeah, those names are all getting resurrected, and you're just seeing like these old names pop up. Augustine's a popular one. Trying to think of other ones. Who's Saint Maximilian Kolbe? Maximilian, great name. That's kind of making a comeback. That's not as old of one, but you know what I'm saying. You run in these circles, and you get a very different perspective of what a common name is. I know a million Augustines. You know what I mean? I was born on St. Bartholomew Day, so if my parents were Rad Trad, I would be Bart. Yeah. It's not a bad name, honestly, but with The Simpsons existing, you kind of don't want the name, you know. Do you know that there were women in the 1800s named Michael? Not kidding, it was rare, but it happened. I believe it only because the downfall of society is not a straight line and has been happening since the beginning. And also, for real, I mean, like, Michelle is like... if you're in France, Michelle is just Michael. It's a male name. But then in the U.S., Michelle is, like, clearly a female name. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how we consider it. So I'm not surprised. And, like, basically every saint name, too, because, like, Saint Michael the Archangel... every saint name has like a male and female version, typically, even if it's just like super simple, like Paul, and then like Pauline, what is the actual, what is the female version of Paulina, Pauline, I think either, actually. Josephine, you know what I mean, Saint Joseph, and then Josephina, either, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pauline, yeah, it's a name. Paula also, that's the other one I was trying to think of. Paula. Thank you. That is so loud. And then round 2. Round 2 wasn't that loud. It wasn't that loud for me, at least. It looks like it blasted you. But whoa! Okay, there was more. Thank you, You Eat. Good name. Thank you, You Eat, for the gift subs. 8 gift subs. I appreciate it, my man. That got me up to my quote-unquote goal, I guess, of 65 subs. I'm not, like, these goals, Twitch just before I start the stream, it's just like, hey, would you like to set a new goal? Sure. How much? I don't know, what do you recommend? 65. Okay. All right. Sure, that sounds good to me. Like, all right, sure. How is it determining, by the way, how is it determining who it's giving gift subs to? Because I'm looking at the names of these people that it gave, because what I was wondering this before. Are we going to run into situations where it's giving gift subs to people and there aren't even enough people here because everyone has already received their honorary gift sub from Hal or You Eat or Confox, you know what I mean? And I'm noticing, like, for instance, Modern War Guy is the first sub there. He's a mod of this channel, but he has not, I think, attended a stream since I came back. I don't think he's aware, to be honest. He might be. I may have seen him in the Discord. I don't remember. But like, but the rest of the names I don't recognize at all. Except actually 1 or 2 of them. But most of them I don't recognize at all, and it's just like, where is it? It can give gift subs to people who tuned in but have left. Yeah, I think that's what it's doing. Can you choose specifically to give gift subs to people who have never been to the stream? Can you choose, like, I want to give a gift sub to that person? And if so, will it alert them? Like, that would be some, like, guerrilla marketing, right? I mean, people would probably just ignore it. But, I was one of the giftees. I've been a fan for a few years, but I only just reset my password to follow yesterday. Too broke to sub manually. Well, enjoy the gift sub. That, you know? You can gift specific people if you know their Twitch name. Okay, interesting. So I feel like you would give it to, like, I don't know. I feel like that's a way. There's some sort of trickery you can do there. I'm trying to think, like send it to, like, Donald Trump Twitch account. Do you know what I mean? AOC Twitch account, and just, like, then you can say, yeah, he follows me on Twitch. He's actually subbed to me, so I'm kind of a big deal. And in reality, it's a complete farce, and you've done this yourself. You know what I'm saying? By the way, I want to talk just a little bit on update to the VTuber situation, the VTuber plans. There has been very little progress on that front. I am still having trouble finding an artist. If any of you know of a talented artist who can make the only progress that has been made, I'll show you right now. If I flip over the scene here, is I have, like, cut out the outline of my mock-up just to, like, even better give the idea. Do you know what I mean? Does this work? Can I just have this? I know PNG tuber is a thing, right? But they're supposed to have their mouths move or something. What if it's just a still image with a fish spinning in the background? Do you know what I mean? Finding an artist who both works in live 2D and does the shit you want is going to be tough. like I said before, I'm gonna have to compromise one way or the other. I might just have to find somebody who, like, close enough, somebody who let's get the fish here. Wait. Make the fish spin on your head. Okay, let's see. I can maybe do that. Where is it? You know what? That actually kind of works. It makes it look like I'm thinking thoughts of fish. You know what I mean? I think that was a good idea. But no, what was I gonna say? Oh, update on that. So I have not made progress finding an artist. I am trying. Train your son to be a VTuber artist, and in 16 years you'll have a model. Get 2 images and switch between them when they're sound. That's so much work, but yeah, I mean that might be like the for now option. But couple things I want to talk about. This is literally just yapping, okay? Just yapping. We are in yap mode. You're all okay with it because you're fellow yap enjoyers. I know this of you. But we will game. We will game, but, yapping first. And then yapping while gaming. What I want to mention, I want to do more of, especially once I have the VTuber model or whatever I put together. Once I have that figured out, I want to do some occasional non-gaming things in addition to the gaming, like I was doing before I left, right? I was talking about parenting. I was taking call-in shows. I think the direction I would want to go with it, and I'd like to hear everyone's opinion here. Yap King. I want to hear everyone's opinion on the Yeoman cooking stream. I literally eat raw food. I don't know if a cooking stream would do what you're thinking it would do. I don't cook. Like, for today, what I ate was raw chicken cut up into little bite-sized pieces, and then I mashed up some avocado, and I mixed that with like this spicy fermented vegetable mix. That is also not cooked, obviously. It's just like fermented with peppers and stuff. And I mixed that all together, and it was like a raw chicken salsa sort of deal, right? Really, how do you prepare your raw meals? Well, just like that. That's one way. But basically, what I think I would actually like to make videos of, I don't know if any of you were aware of this like genre of content. Probably, but maybe not. Which is like semi-financial, semi-life advice, semi-millennials complaining about how they can't own houses. Like this sort of genre of like, the economy's really shitty, but not just that, but like, wow, can you believe this guy's paying fucking $1,000 a month on his car payment? What I mean is, there's this genre of like life shit. Man, I'm really defining this well. There's like this genre of that kind of stuff, and like people, like some of these people on YouTube, they just like watch TikToks of people talking about their car payments or how they're in debt for the rest of their life, and they live in San Francisco and they can't afford literally anything after paying for their $3,000 a month rent or whatever, right? Do you wash the chicken? If I had a webcam, I would say just look at my skin and you will know the answer to that. But I won't say that because you can't see me, so you don't know. I'm made out of marble. But I kind of want to get into that a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like, and what I mean is, when it comes to this kind of financial stuff, people are talking about like, hey, the economy is awful, right? I can't afford anything, right? Like I'm screwed. There's no hope in my life, right? I feel like there's fundamentally two categories. It really is just life advice, but with financial being a piece of that. But it's like the life advice stuff, like kind of what I was like doing a bit of with the call-in streams. So it's, yeah, not like financial podcast guru. That's not where I'm going. No. I'm talking more about basically what I see in this category, this very ill-defined niche, is there's two categories of people who talk about this stuff, okay? And I'm neither. Category one is boomers, right? Who react to these videos and they're like, well, you should just spend less money on avocado toast. You have it so well. You don't understand. You think you're not making enough money? You make $100,000 a month. I made $20,000 or $100,000 a year. I made $20,000 a year when I was your age, and I still bought a house. And it's just these boomers who don't understand how inflation works, like even a little bit. It's like, yeah, Grandpa, you bought a house. You bought a house on a $20,000 a year income because the house cost $20,000. Somebody making $100,000 a month, living in a city where the average house is $1 million, is not in the same situation as you. You see what I mean? So I'm not a boomer. I'm not in the category of like these people who can't even do simple math and realize that like the whole like just go shake his hand, look him in the eyes, and he'll give you a job is ridiculous. You know what I mean? There's some truth to it. The boomers aren't completely retarded. It would be better if they were, because then they would not have been so successful as they were to destroy the world. But avocado toast is pretty expensive. Yeah, I mean, I guess, dude, but like whatever. I've never actually met someone in my life who has eaten avocado toast. Just to be clear, I've never once. I have met people who spend a lot of money on eating out and such, but not avocado toast. I don't know. Do boomers just not look at house prices? They don't understand it. That you show them $1 million house and they're just like, we'll just move somewhere cheaper. And then it's like, yeah, but you didn't have to do that. You were in LA or something and you bought a house that you could afford. And you're pretending like that's the same as someone who now has to live out in the hills of Pennsylvania because they can't afford anything. It's not the same. Is it a good solution? Maybe. But it's not the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's the one category of people who talk about this kind of thing. And they're not helpful at all. Their advice is outdated. They're completely out of touch, right? The other category is doomers, right? You've got boomers and you've got doomers. So the boomers are somewhat optimistic, right? They're like, you're a crybaby, you can fix this problem. You know what I mean? The doomers are the opposite. And they're the millennials primarily and some Gen Z who are like, it's hopeless. I will never own a home. I can't save anything. I'm going to end up on the streets in my old age. I'm going to be working on the Walmart floor for the rest of my life. I'm in hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt. I got a degree in literature, and I'm serving coffee for $20 an hour, which barely afford. I can't live. You see what I'm saying? Like that kind of. I think I dialed in on that one, by the way. I deserve like an award for that recreation of the millennial mind. But those are the two categories. Do you see what I'm saying? Financial dropout podcast. Yeah, maybe a little bit. It's not just financial, but I think there is a lot of financial related stuff that like there's room for a different opinion on this. It's one or the other. There's also out of touch crypto millionaires. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah. Yeah, there's that as well. But primarily what I see is boomers and doomers. And I am neither. I am somebody I have been in the trenches. I have been poor as shit, right? As poor as I grew up, very poor, child of 2 meth heads, right? And then working for a living, college dropout, working regular jobs, making no more than $50,000 a year my entire life until like this year where like I'm making buku bucks. But that's what I'm saying is like, I've been there. I know what it takes. You have to learn how to be poor. And there are ways to be poor and people don't know how to do it. And there are ways to get out of being poor and people don't know how to do it. People like, and I think people need a perspective that is not boomer or doomer. You know what I mean? For instance, people have this idea that, well, you know what? This is the best way to put it. Sometimes the boomer is right and sometimes the doomer is right. And neither of them usually give good advice, right? For instance, the boomer will say when it comes to car payments, they'll be like, I can't believe you pay so much on car payments. Why don't you just walk into the dealership with a stack of cash and pay it in cash? It's like, first of all, Grandpa, you're so out of touch. If you go into a dealership with a stack of cash, they will laugh you out of the dealership. They make all of their money on the loans. You will get a worse price if you walk in with cash. If you want to swindle them, you should walk in, never mention the cash at all, get to the very end of the deal, and then spring it on them that you've got cash. And at that point, you're like just about to cross the finish line. They'll still make a little money off you. They probably won't kick you out. They might, though. They might, but they probably won't. But otherwise, it's like you're so out of touch with this. And also, what do you think a car costs? Do you think I have like $60,000, $80,000 to just drop on a car? Like, you want me to walk into a new car dealership because all the boomers are like, you got to buy new. You got to buy new. And so you think I'm going to go in and buy that for like a Toyota, $60,000? Like, come on. That's crazy. Like, this is insane, right? But then the doomers are like, there's no way to buy a car for any amount of money. If I don't have at least $15,000, $20,000, you can't get a good car, even used cars. The boomers are stupid, and I know I can't get a new car, but used cars are insane. And if you want a used car that is actually going to be reliable, you have to spend like $15,000 or $20,000, and I don't have $15,000 or $20,000, and that's ridiculous. All right, this winter I bought a car for $1,000. That's it. I'm not a mechanic. I'm not some like master of spotting gems out. I just went on Facebook Marketplace and just watched the cars for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks until I found one that was like, this is like $1,500. I bet I could get it for less. And this guy clearly wants to get rid of it. Yes, it's rusty. Okay. Yes, it's an ugly car. Yes, the air conditioning doesn't work. Yes, 2 of the 4 windows don't roll down. But you know what it is? It's a reliable car that has not given me a single problem since I bought it. Not one. The yells are fuzzy. Ugh. Okay, let me see what I can do about that. How about now? Oh, I think we just got louder. Okay. How about now? I think maybe that might be all right. Let me know how the audio sounds now. Hopefully you can't hear the fan. But anyway, do you see way quieter? Way quieter. Are you lying to me? What do you mean way quiet? On my end, it looks like I'm peaking. It was loud, but then too quiet. How about now? You went into another room. Oh, my bad. What a simple mistake I made. Well, let's try that again. How about now? Now it's probably back to being fuzzy if I yell. Can't tell anything changed. Still quiet. No. Wait a second. You were too quick on the draw. How does it sound right now? That's back to where it was. Okay. All right. Now you sound good. Right, but is the yelling still fuzzy? How fuzzy are we talking? Could you understand everything I said? How bad was it? Did you miss my amazing millennial voice? You're channeling something primal for the millennial voice. I see someone say. Everything was understandable. All right, well, that's good enough for now, honestly. Because in the last stream, some stuff I feel like actually was not understandable. I think it was getting better. It may have just jumped down when you first turned it on, but then the AI was equalizing it. Okay. Well, let's try that then. I'm going to turn something off, and then I'm going to be silent for 5 seconds. Be ready, all right? You're all going to be very uncomfortable. Be prepared for what's about to happen. And then I'm going to give it that time, that 5 seconds, and hopefully that will, like, reset. Okay? Brace! Okay, how do we sound? How do we sound right now? What does it sound like? Does it sound good? Can you understand me, or is it quiet? Have I left the room? That was scary. Quieter, quiet. That's so dumb. Quiet, but not as bad as it was. It doesn't make any sense. Manageably quiet. No, we're going back. We're going back. We're going back. I'll mess with it later. We're going back. What? My AI system is recording audio. You don't need to do that. Although, I do notice that this hasn't been streaming the yapping so far. So that's... Oh, OBS. The fuzz isn't that bad, honestly. Okay, so it's just like when I yell or something. We heard the mouse pick up your mouse clicks, but then it got quiet. What is it doing? Okay, all right, I don't understand. We'll mess with it later. It's fine. At least it's an improvement. Every stream, it gets a little better. You know what I mean? So that's something. Anyway, do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying about like the car thing? Where it's like on one hand, you have the people who have the worst advice of all time, and then you have the other side where they don't believe that there is anything that can be done. And that's not the case. And I feel like I would be one of the only people, if not the only person out there, to look at these situations and just be like, hey, let's be real. It is bad. But let's also be real. You giving up is because you're a loser, all right? Like, like you can solve this problem. You just have to know that you just have to believe that there is a solution to the problem. You can buy a $1,000 car. It runs. It's dependable. In fact, this thing drives like a dream, all right? It's an '08 Ford Expedition. Perfect car. actually perfect car. I can fit a bunch of kids in there. I can haul stuff. It's not a truck. I can't haul a lot, but like I don't need to. What do you think I am? You see what I'm saying? Combine the boomer victim blaming with the realistic outlook. I can see it. Yeah. That's similar. That's actually that you kind of got another example is relationships. All right? Same sort of dichotomy. The boomers will say like, just go to the bar. That's where I met your grandma. And it's like, grandma was like kind of a whore, actually. I mean, if we're just being real about this, grandpa. But, you know, like, it's that kind of advice. Like the boomers will just be like, oh, just marry your high school sweetheart. Just go to a bar. Go, just go introduce yourself to, I don't even know what advice they give anymore, to be honest with you. But it's just like, how can you not find women? They're everywhere. Just talk to anybody you run into. Like, and there's some kernels of truth in that. And then the doomers are just like, women are cooked. You know what I'm saying? The millennials especially, they're just like, women are worthless. Actually, they share a lot in common now that I think about it. The boomers are like women. Am I right? And the millennials are like, women! Am I right? You see what I'm saying? Like it's a different inflection. Women! But there's a middle ground here where it's like, yeah, are the majority of women bad? Yeah. A lot of men are bad too. I mean, are the majority of women bad? I don't know, dude. Like, we're talking statistics. Like, who knows? You could never know that. But, like, I don't know. The path is narrow, so probably majority of men are bad. Like, it's the same. Like, but can you find a good woman? Yeah. Like, of course you can. Like, and there are ways to do it. Somebody saying, like, the real advice is to find someone to set you up. It worked for Yeoman. It did. Worked for me. Congratulations. It works. It does work. And that's the same sort of thing. The boomers give awful advice. The millennials have no advice. I'm somewhere in the middle where hopefully it's good advice, and I understand. I'm going to be realistic. Hey, I understand that the situation is bad, but I am not going to recommend, just marry whoever, dude. Don't have standards, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Women do be more than 50% of the population, and they work now, so it should be easier to find them. Here's the real advice. I'll give you a freebie right now before we even start this sort of endeavor. If you want to find a wife right now, first of all, like Random said, if I can call you Random, like he said, getting someone to set you up, very good, right? Very good advice, okay? Another way, though, now I haven't tested this, but I bet you, if you want to find a good woman, you live in the United States of America, here's what you do. Listen to this, write this down. Get in your car, drive. Wherever you live now, it's probably too urban. Drive. You want to be driving through the middle of the country. I'm talking Nebraska, the Dakotas, maybe south part of Minnesota where it's not so shitty. Iowa, parts of Michigan, all right? Ohio, Kentucky, Midwest, Utah's a little iffy. Wyoming, right? You want to be driving in the middle of the country, Montana even. Not the nice part of Montana. The shitty part of Montana. The Badlands. You want to be driving in those areas, and you want to stop at every grocery store and even better, gas station that you come across. Restaurants, be careful though. Waitresses are iffy, okay? I know it sounds funny because you think restaurants, high class. Gas station, low class. Wrong. Wrong. You want to find yourself a gas station wife. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking at all. And you'll be able to tell, all right? Because you're probably thinking right now, Michael, most of the gas stations I've gone to, they're staffed either by an Indian man or a fat woman with piercings and tattoos, and I would never want to marry her in my life. You're right. That's because you don't live in Iowa or any of these places I'm talking about, all right? You need to drive through the middle of nowhere because you gotta reverse engineer what you want, all right? Think about it. Think about it for a second. What do you want? You probably want like a stay-at-home mom, traditional values. You want a woman who's going to raise your kids, who hasn't slept around, right? Where are they? And I know what you're going to say. I don't know. If I knew that would be easy. Right. Well, think about it, okay? If you were this woman and you wanted a family and you wanted to like just marry someone and raise a family, that was your goal, right? Think about your life trajectory. You go to high school, right? You finish high school. You didn't meet anyone in high school. What now? Either A, you go to college, but let's put college off the table for a second. Or B, you just start working and you live with your parents or you live in a little apartment or something because that's what you do. And you're basically just treading water as the woman until you find a guy, right? And you're open to dating, but like there's not really many people around because you live in the middle of nowhere. So you just get a do-nothing like gas station job to fill the time in the meantime, right? That's where these women are. They exist. So like somebody says, my wife is from the middle of nowhere, Kansas. He's right yet again. My wife, she did go to college for a little bit, but she also worked in a gas station. So I'm telling you, dude, this is what, just think, reverse engineer it. What do you want? Women are people. Crazy. Everybody mind blown. They make decisions sometimes rationally, or at least with a clear view. You know, you can reverse engineer, right? Think about where you would be in that situation. Where would you go? You know, you would either go to college or you would just get a job and try and like, you know, maybe do extra outside of the job stuff to meet somebody. But do you see what I'm saying? That's literally, I think, really good advice. Drive across the country, stop at gas stations, and you will be able to tell, okay? That's what I was going to say. Yes, I understand that, like, there's a bunch of Indians, there's a bunch of, like, women you wouldn't want to marry, but, like, you can, they're so easy to tell apart. You'll walk in the gas station, you'll be like, 3 out of the 4 people here are creatures, and the 4th one is, like, the nicest person I've met this side of the Mississippi. There you go. Easy, right? I think I haven't tried this because I got my wife through the church route and the socialization after church, someone setting me up route. But do you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. I think like this kind of stuff is valuable to people and is much more valuable than the boomers saying, just shake her hand and the doomers saying women are awful, you know? Off-topic question. Dude, I mean, that's fine, dude. We're just yapping. I heard in your old videos that you spoke positively about fasting. What are your current views on fasting? Do you still recommend it? Do you still practice it yourself? I still think it's very good for you in certain situations. In most situations, I would say. And I have not fasted too much recently, although I did beat my record a few months ago, and I went 6 days. Without eating anything, which is my record. I think it was 6 days. But upcoming, I am actually trying to do a longer fast. August 15th is the beginning of St. Michael's fast. St. Michael's fast. If you don't know, Saint Francis of Assisi, he did a fast from that date until the Feast of St. Michael. And during that time, he received the stigmata while he was fasting. And so 6 days is my record too. Six days is impressive. I mean, honestly, good job. You know, I'm kind of patting myself on the back at the same time by saying it's impressive, but you know, I mean, it is. But yes, so I still think it's really good for health reasons. If you're trying to lose weight, it's really good. I mean, I do still recommend it. But on the 15th, I'm kind of preparing for a fast right now, and I want to try and beat my record. And this is gonna sound like crazy person talk, but I kind of want to hit like 40 days, and I know that's like insane, but at the same time, I think I could do it. Now, if I make it a week, I make it 7 days, and then I break it, then it's fine, whatever. Like, I'm not going to kill myself doing it. But I don't think I would die going 40 days anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like you can, it's doable. It's possible. But yeah, so I do still recommend fasting. Yeah, for sure. But anyway, what I was saying though, what do you all think about I mean, some of you have given, some of your thoughts on this, but like, hunting for wild women in their natural habitats. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I'm basically just saying, I think there's a good market here, like an opening. Like people don't get this kind of stuff, and also it will make people appear schizophrenic when they go like find a wife or like turn their life around or make a bunch of money, and somebody asks them like, "What's your secret?" It's like, I just listened to the talking man of marble. There's a talking statue that looks like Vercingetorix, who I just listened to his advice. So we had to go on a great wife quest road trip. What else are you doing? Do you know what I mean? Why not? Doesn't that sound like a blast? Record the whole thing and you'll become a millionaire on YouTube anyway. You know what I mean? Why not? Why not? I also think if you're broke, you should go up to Alaska on a fishing boat. Worked for me. You can make 20,000, 30,000. If you're lucky, you can make 100,000 in a season, in like 3-4 months. First year I did that, I went up for like 4 months fishing. I came back, I didn't work the rest of the year. I was like 19, 20 or something. Like it's sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just didn't work the rest. I mean, I took a little odd jobs just like keep myself busy, but like, it's great. You know, that kind of stuff. It's like, why not, dude? You're young, you're not married. Like, go do something. I don't know. But yes, yeah, great wife quest road trip. I think so. Just like what was Chris Chan's quest called? Love quest. You got to go on a love quest. You need the sign. But anti-black pilling is basically what it is. Anti-boomer, anti-black pilling. That's it. How do we win over the gas station women? Don't you think they'd see us as creeps if we're approaching them for that reason? Okay, all right. The secret to all female interaction. Are you ready? Forbidden wisdom. Esoteric knowledge. Be attractive. That's it. If you're attractive, they'll be happy about it. Do you think, all right, hypothetical, do you think that if a really attractive actor, I don't know who's young and attractive nowadays, I don't know, but like picture, I don't know, some attractive actor that they're really big fans of. Do you think if that actor, let's say they're not big fans, they never heard of the actor, but they're a really attractive, good-looking guy, if they came into the gas station and asked them out, do you think they'd be upset? Fuck. People are saying, all right, dude, okay, if you're not attractive, it's easy, all right, you can make up for being attractive in like a couple of ways. One, have money. I'm joking, but also, no, I'm not, I'm joking. But, okay, you're not attractive, fine, all right, here's what you do. First of all, you need to lose weight, all right? I thought for my entire life that I was ugly, and then I lost weight and realized that I was actually very attractive, and there was just fat covering it all up. I thought for a very long time that I was unattractive, and it's just not the case. So first of all, if you're fat, you gotta lose weight. All right? In losing weight, you also gain a confidence, which is the other key piece. You have to be confident. If you are confident in the fact that you are attractive, then you basically already are. Okay? And I know that sounds like voodoo, but I mean, like, it is. It's just true. Confidence is half of attraction. Too bad I am not yet. It's a choice. Confidence is a choice, all right? You do have to have a somewhat good opinion of yourself, which might require, like, going through some, like, trauma or something if you've got, like, a negative opinion enforced on you by, like, your parents or, you know, someone else in your life. But You know, like for instance, me, I had like really abusive family. When I cut them out of my life, confidence levels through the roof. You know what I'm saying? Also, just do things. All right. You know what gave me a lot of confidence? Being a fisherman up in Alaska, because you come back from that and people are like, wow, that's really impressive. And I get to say like, nah, it's no big deal. You know what I mean? And then I feel like hot shit. You see what I'm saying? The statue fish man gave me voodoo magic to compel women. Will you be turning this advice / information to YouTube shorts or TikTok to market yourself? Why not? That's a great idea. Why not? Yeah, that's actually really, yeah, I should do that. Yeah. I need to hire somebody who will like make stuff like that for me. But until then, yeah. Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I mean basically dude, just work out, be confident. And just it's the confidence. It really is the confidence. And I know, okay, it's easy for me to say that because I am a good-looking guy, all right? I understand that like if you're disfigured, then like some of my advice is not very useful to you. But let's be clear. How many of you here are disfigured? I'm not talking a little ugly. I'm not talking fat. Fat is completely controllable. I'm talking just like you were in an accident, like, and your whole face has been burnt off. All right. In that case, I'd wear a mask, I guess. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like how many of us are here in that situation? Probably none of you. Okay. So for all of you, the advice still stands. Like you just need to, and I know, and this does sound like boomer advice, right? Just work out and be confident. But it's true. Sometimes the boomers are correct. Sometimes it happens, right? Broken clock. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't have to fill the rest in. Cripples get GFs, come on. Well, it depends. I mean, do you remember that guy who he served in Iraq and he got his face all burnt up and then his wife left him? You remember that? He's used a lot as and then he killed himself, I think. He's used a lot as an example of why we should not be sending our men to go die in overseas wars for nothing. But yeah, maybe. I don't know. Did the mustache make you attractive, or did you grow that after you won to flex? After. Yeah, I grew the mustache, I think, after I was already engaged to my wife. So I have it when I had it when I got married, but I had already met my wife. So I actually not long before I'd met my wife gone completely clean shaven. So no, mustache was not the key to my success. Burning my face off so I don't have to lose weight. I wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't recommend. But anyway, the point here is not to give you all advice at this moment. It's just like I think there's like other perspectives on this kind of thing. And if there's one thing I have a talent in, it is finding out of the box solutions to problems. All right. And that's what I want to focus on. I want there are all these channels that talk about problems. Oh, student debt, car loans, cost of a house, mortgage costs, property taxes. I can't find a good woman. I can't find a good man. Like it's just problems. Complaining nonstop, right? They never give solutions. And if they do, they're boomers and they suck. I feel like I want to be solution focused, all right? And just like, hey, there is a solution to this problem, all right? Whether I know it or not. If I do, I can help you out. If I don't, there is a solution. And we're all solutions focused. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, you're broke? How about you go to Alaska on a fishing boat, right? Oh, you're broke, but you have a work from home job? How about you move to Paraguay? Seriously. Time zone's not different enough, that you'll have to mess with anything. Cost of living super cheap. Paraguay has literally 0 taxes. You can get a residency easy as shit. And they have good steak. Why not? What, you see what I'm saying? You just got to think out of the box. You think you don't have enough money to save up one plane ticket? Get to Paraguay? I think technically you got to go there once, and then like you got to like be there for a couple weeks, then fly back, then fly there again. So it's a little more, you know what I mean? But still, it's like buy $1,000 car. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to like there are options. You have options. You have out of the box options. You know what? You know who I respect? I respect those guys who rent offices in office buildings because they're cheaper than rent and they just live in them. That is real. Do you know what I mean? live in a van by the river, to be real. And I'm not talking, I know people like do the whole like stealth camping van thing, and they get the souped up van. Dude, for a month when I was buying my house, I was homeless. I lived out of my car. It was a regular car. It had everything I owned in it. I lived on the beach. Do you know what I mean? If that's what you got, I was working a job while I was doing it. They didn't know. I took a shower at the gas station. You can do it. You know what I mean? You go to one of those trucker gas stations that has a shower. You pay a couple bucks. You do that every once in a while. It's most of the time you don't have to do that because you're living on the beach. You go for a swim. I respect guys who live in an office, says the guy who lived in his office for a time. Did I live in an office? I didn't live in an office. Did I do that? Did I do that? I didn't do that. I'm trying to think of a time. I lived out of my car. I lived in a tent. Did I live in I lived on a fishing boat? Am I forgetting a time in my life in which I lived in an office? I think you did like a couple weeks years ago. That can't be right because I never had an office job. I don't think I've ever had an actual in an office job. Like I don't think I've ever had a job that was. I've had a lot of jobs. I had a job for an ad agency once, but that I didn't live there. So no, I think you might be mixing me up, or I was telling some story about someone else, or I don't know. But I was telling a guy about Alaska fishing trips, and he was like, "Yeah, the tickets would be expensive though." Tickets to what? The flight? The captain paid for it. What do you mean? I didn't pay a dime. What do you mean? How do you get in Alaskan fishing? Do you just show up? That's one option. All right. Go to Seattle, north of Seattle, or you go to, if you want to get real committed, you go up to like Valdez. That's a good spot. Valdez is a good one. Here, I need a drink real quick. And hit the docks. That's how I found my job the second year. I went up to Seattle. I had a job lined up, but then he fired me and hired my brother instead because my brother smoked weed and I didn't. Real story. Oh, I hope I don't lose my voice here. But that's one option. The other option, no joke, this is what I did my first year. Go online. You can find a database of, it's like from the Alaska Fish and Game or something. You can find that it's public information, every single person who has a license to do commercial fishing in Alaska. So all you got to do, you categorize that by the type of fishing you're looking to do. I recommend salmon purse seining, personally. Summer season, nice weather, makes good money. Not as much as crab, but you won't die. Well, some people die. Some people die, but the people who die are usually the skiff men. Don't be a skiff man. It's the easiest job until you die. Like for real. It's the easiest job. You do the least manual labor as the skiff man. What you're doing is technical though, but then if your little boat flips over, you die. Whereas everybody else will be fine. But anyway, you look up the database of everybody who has a license, and it will give you their name and address. And I, no joke, wrote them a bunch of letters. And I am not some boomer, all right? This was like 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Like it was not 7 years ago, something like that. Let's see. Trump first elected 2016. It would have been maybe 2017, 2018. First year I did it, I think. Maybe. I don't know, dude. Life. So, I mean, if it was 2018, that's 7 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So even though it sounds like boomer advice, it works. You just write them letters. Because eventually, some of these people running the boats are boomers. They check their mail. They'll see this letter and they'll be like, what? And they'll open it up and they'll be like, oh, sick. This guy's a hardworking guy who's looking for a job. Yeah, let's do. He left me his phone number and his email. I'll give him a call. You answer your call. You talk to him and he's like, yeah, you sound like an upstanding guy. I need an extra crew member. Come on up. Oh, you need money for a plane ticket? No problem. I'll front you for it and then it'll just come out of your paycheck at the end of the year. No worries. Didn't Alaskan crab die out? I don't do crab. I've never done crab, but I did hear some bad things about that, yeah. And even with the Alaskan fishing, salmon, it can go either way. You know what I mean? My first year, I made like 25 grand or so. And I was cheap, so I lived off that for a year. My second year, I made 8 grand. 3 months. It's not great. But that's because there was not a lot of fish to catch. So it was really just I got paid $8,000 for a vacation up in Alaska. So it was actually a sick ass time. It was really fun. I didn't have any living expenses during that. But you talked about the crabs in the past. I did. I don't know if they've rebounded though. But I did talk about how the Alaska Fish and Game seemed to have fucked up that situation. Yes, I do remember that. But so you're saying I can get a job smoking pot? That's not the most reliable means of doing so, but it did work for my dear brother. So, I suppose. But really, he also just got a job because he... So I went to Seattle because I had a job lined up. He came with me. He didn't have a job lined up, but he wanted to get into it, and so he's just going to hit the docks. And then he ended up stealing my job, so then I hit the docks. And I got 2 offers for different boats to work on. They always need people. There's always... You just walk around. And, like, learn how to mend net. It's not that hard. Have somebody teach you how to do it. You do that, you walk around, you're like, hey, I'm looking for a job. Actually, even before that, you can be like, hey, you're working on mending net. You need a hand? Do it. Also, the people up there, they're upstanding guys. That guy who gave the job to my brother, he gave me like $500 or $600 just in cash for the trouble. Do you know what I mean? Even though he had already paid for my flight up there, too. He didn't ask for that money back, either. So, I don't know. But, what do you guys think? In general, though, of making some videos that are in the in that sort of category. Do you know what I mean? Or like not just videos, but I mean like having some streams where maybe during this yapping section at the beginning, we're talking about that kind of stuff. Or even another good example, which is tertiary, doesn't fall directly into this. You were doing kind of similar before your break, weren't you? Yeah, exactly. Similar, yes, similar. But now I'll be a VTuber. Sounds good to me. I loved your life advice. Okay. Sounds good. Love to hear esoteric schizo ideas. Would be good videos. Yeah. Well, health, too. Let's just talk health. If you have some health problem, I can get you a fucking crazy solution to the problem, right? Most people just give up, right? Oh, I've got X problem. Guess I just have X problem. You know what I mean? For me, I'm like, dude, what have you tried? Because there's so many things you can try. Have you tried fasting? Have you tried eating raw meat? Have you tried getting rid of the EMF devices in your home? Do you have Wi-Fi? If so, turn it off, especially before you go to bed. You know what I'm talking? Esoteric advice. Do you live next to an airport? If so, move. Would be good videos, IMO. Also, are you ever planning on reviving the duck farm, or is that idea dead? It'll happen someday, I think. I'm saving up money at the moment, but it'll probably be a smaller operation to start with at that point, so that we don't go all in and get into tons of debt again. And I'll just pay for it all in cash. I'll save up a bunch. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think it'll happen again. It'll just be smaller scale. Although it depends. My number one priority right now is my son, and then the other kids that are being born. There's another kid on the way. And that's my number one priority. And I could see certain situations in which the farm would actually become more in the way of their life than it would be a positive. For instance, right? I want my kids to be able to follow what they want to do, because the K-12 schooling sort of structure is dumb. I don't know if I can say the other word, but it's really stupid, right? And it's not. Nobody gets anything worthwhile out of it. It would be much better if my son just decides I'm going to play piano for 12 years and I'm going to not really focus on learning anything else. Fine. Now he's a concert pianist idiot savant. Do you know what I mean? And can he pick up all the other stuff in an afternoon? Absolutely. Have you ever seen someone just, they didn't go to school and then they just get their high school diploma like GED? It's not hard. My brother did it. He went to school, but he dropped out pretty early. It's not hard. Do you see what I'm saying? And so that's that kind of situation where it's like, well, what if my son becomes like a pro chess player? And that's what he wants to devote his life to at the age of 12, right? And I have a farm. Well, if I have a farm and I don't have anyone else who can stay and watch the animals, then I'm not going to be able to drive my son or fly him or whatever to the big chess tournament so that he can become the next Bobby Fischer and become anti-Semitic like we all dream. You see what I'm saying? So, I could see situations in which the farm could actually get in the way of my kids having the best life. Now, this wouldn't be a problem if I was in the ideal situation, which is that I have a nice enough family structure that someone else would just take care of the animals. But my parents were meth heads. Do you know what I mean? I don't have that family structure. My kids might have that family structure, so then they would have that option. But at least until I have a few kids who are old enough to like do that kind of thing, like watch the animals if I left, until then it's not very feasible. Do you know what I mean? If that sort of situation arises. So it's like, yes, do I want to start the duck farm again? Yes. But there is that consideration. And so that will determine how quickly it happens and to what extent. Do you know what I mean? Maybe I want to keep the duck farm small enough that at any time, if it's like, oh, well, my son is now a professional... What's another cool thing? My son is now a Roman history buff who makes all his money talking about Roman history on YouTube. Is that cool? I don't know if that is cool. It's kind of cool. So now he's, I've got to fly him to Rome. What can I do? Guess I got to kill all 25 of my ducks. We'll have 25 duck dinners before we leave. Do you know what I mean? That's doable. But if it's like I have $300 operation that makes all my money, then it's like, yikes. You're not going to Rome, son. You're staying put, son. So that's what I'm talking about. It depends. But because that's my number one priority, you know. Another good example of the kind of like, again, like I said, this is tertiary, but another thing that I think would be fun is just talking about these topics, even when it's not. So like some of it would be like semi reaction, where like either you guys send me something in, a question you have, a recording, a video, or it could be like, you know, what everybody does where it's like they're watching some TikToks of people complaining about their car payments or something, which is fine. You know, you can get content from that. That's actually useful. But another would even be like, I found the other day a couple of like tier list formats for red flags. And I saw that I think that Orc VTuber made a video on it. And I was just like, that's such a good idea. That's such a good tier list. But nobody would do it well. I think only I would do it well. You know what I mean? I'm really full of myself. So, but like, I feel like I feel like for me, it'd be really good. I feel like for a lot of people, it would be like surprisingly shallow. Actually, I don't know. I didn't watch this video. You know what I'm saying? But selling 25 ducks to build a studio for your son's rap career is based. My son does like Japanese rap, and ちょっと日本語で話せるよ。僕の、俺の息子はね。日本語が難しいよ。でも俺の息子はI don't remember what I was gonna say. But no, he does know some Japanese. So you know. Woke up late, thought I might have missed part of the stream, but I got here and the gaming hasn't even started. Dude, we're yapping, dude. Everybody enjoys a good yap, all right? I was considering heavily. We're an hour in to the yapping, all right? So this is the point where we would traditionally now switch over to the gaming, all right? I say traditionally, this is the second or third time this has happened, all right? Typically, this is where we would switch to gaming, but there is another option. I almost want to do a vote, but I almost want to talk red flags of women because I think it's really funny, and I do have one of those tier lists open. But we'd also just go right into gaming, and I can save that for another time. Do I have opinions on the matter? I'm here for the yap. I might do a poll. How do you feel about the Japan First movement? Oh, you mean Sanseito? Sanseito? Sanseito はいいですけど、投票させる可能性は、ちょっと悪いよ。ね? That is, I think the party's good, but like their chances of getting a lot of votes probably aren't too high, right? My Japanese is probably a mess right there. I wish I had somebody who could correct me in real time. But no, I like the party. It seems all right. founded by a YouTuber who then left. Maybe game and then red flags next week. How do you feel about Japan allowing Indians to teach English? That's hilarious. Like, why would you ever allow someone with an accent to teach a language? Like, I don't know. Like, it seems hilarious, is what I think. That's my. And also, let's be clear: the JET program was already had way too many people applying for it, and way too many people who wanted to do that. They already pay way too little. It's awful. Why do you want to flood it with more people? That's crazy. So, yeah. That's my opinion on it. I'm typing up women red flag tier list or Deus Ex. To be clear, Deus Ex also. After either way. That's there's not enough room. Okay. I'm making a poll. You sound perfectly Japanese. That's all that matters to me. まだです。まだまだです。俺はゴミです。本当に。I'm sorry, my children will have Irish accents just like Lennon. Let's criticize women. Okay, there's a poll. The question is, women red flag tier list or Deus Ex? Deus Ex afterwards, either way, to be clear. This would be like a half hour or an hour diversion, just to be clear. But that is a crazy amount of yapping that we would be doing this stream already. So I want to vote. Let me know what you people think. But either way, we will play Deus Ex today. Let's just be clear. But I feel like my accent in Japanese is not bad, but my speaking skills are quite low, honestly. Like reading Japanese, I feel like I'm much better at, just because that's what I do primarily. I don't talk to anyone in Japanese. In what situation do I have the ability to talk to somebody? I don't know any Japanese people. You know what I mean? I've like never had a Japanese conversation with anyone in my life that isn't like myself or like ChatGPT, which by the way can speak Japanese. Have you people heard this? I was so impressed because like, I don't know, is pen pal still a thing? Yeah. I did not realize there would be Deus Ex afterwards when I voted. Remove a vote for Deus Ex and add it to red flag. Okay, I will factor that in. That does put us at 2 in favor. That's 4-7 then. When you're sheathing your katana after finishing an enemy. Owarida. That's what you say. That's what you say. Japanese VR chat. That could be fun. But yeah, I've talked to ChatGPT before in Japanese. I was like, oh, impressive. But okay, we're perfectly tied, except we're not, because actually, so it's actually 8. It looks like it's 8-7 Deus Ex, but it's actually 8-7 women because of the one guy who voted wrong. You can't change your vote. That's kind of crazy. Why can you not change your vote? That seems like such an obvious feature to report poll. Why would you report someone's poll? What's wrong with democracy? I don't understand. This is gonna feel like I'm cheating. Okay, no wait, we're tied again. All right, 8-8. I think that might be that. Owarida. Za uesto hazu fuoren. What does that mean? What? Sorry, I don't read Romanji. Za uesto hazu fuoren. Oh, za uesto hazu fuoren. Jodan da, Jodan. Stop the count. Yo, we got 10-7 right now. 10-7 because of the changed vote. So we're at 10-7. Let's criticize women. All right. I've never felt like my vote mattered more. This is a real democracy. I am actually making this decision based on this vote. What if the guy who said that he voted wrong actually didn't, and he's just a woman criticizer who is tricking me? I didn't even factor that in. But at the same time, it's still criticizing women is still winning. Either way. Even without that potential trickery. So, I believe... Owarida. As they say. So, we are criticizing women. Are you ready to... Oh, I'm not... Okay, wait. Okay. Am I ready? Am I ready? There's two lists. Let's get both of these up, and we'll decide which one looks better at a glance. There's two possible lists, and I'm gonna pull this up, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm showing this in a way that's not gonna reveal any information. I don't want to be doxxed because of criticizing women. Yay. Okay. Good. We've got some enthusiasm here. We've got a yay. This is gonna really look like I'm a VTuber. You can. I mean, I'm here in the corner. Look. I can just. Hey, this is me talking. Hey. Do you think I could just do this whenever I... That is so fucking annoying. That is obnoxious, actually. But I wonder. You know what I mean? Why is it snapping? Stop snapping. Okay, viewer numbers are back to Monday numbers, by the way. Yeah, it just took a second. It's probably all the people who knew that we would yap for an hour, and then they are coming in, realizing that we're still yapping, and now they're all gonna leave. You know what I mean? But they're probably just like, oh, I'll show up an hour late so that when the game starts. Red flag tier list, and then Deus Ex. Okay, perfect. All right. Done. I'm just changing the title real quick, and then let me share my vision here. Window capture. I'm so scared of. Okay, let's just do it like this. All right, so I want to... Oh, is there anything here? Oh, yeah, there is. Oh, I almost... Oh, I need... Oh, get rid of this. Get rid of this, please. What? Hello? How do I... Okay, just slight difficulty. There we go. There we go. Fixed. Okay. Is there anything else? Yeoman has the Epstein files on his desktop. I would be sharing those with the people if that was the case. Okay. I think we're good here. Nothing here is going to reveal anything about me, except that I use Brave browser, because it allows me to have a million tabs open. Okay. All right. I think we're good. Are we good? Nothing has been revealed. I think we're all good. There are two different lists here, all right? I want to, first of all, we need to decide which one do we want to do, okay? So this is a very simple decision. We don't need to worry too much about this, but there's one here that has over 200 options, and there's one here that has 160. Now, we don't need to do all of them, okay? This one is a little harder to read, but I don't know. Let's just read a couple randomly and see which one we like better, and then we'll go from there. Okay. On this tier list, I see same gender friends, uses ChatGPT, Harry Potter, history, horoscope, road rage, emojis, gotcha games, Disney adult. Okay, all right. Anglophile. Okay, all right, watches porn. Okay, all right. These aren't bad. Okay, these are all right. And then the other one, invested in politics, one-uppers, furry, has a lot of debt, gamer, smokes, does drugs, hates cartoons. What does that mean? They miss high school, unsure about their sexuality, watches porn, that's the same. Disney adult, that's the same. Are they very similar? What do you think? Which one? What are we thinking? Pink is clearer, so I picked that one. Simple enough. Good reason. Good reason. You said that you felt like your vote mattered before. You were literally 1 out of 1 vote, and you've just made the decision. Now 2 out of 2. Now you're 1 out of 2 votes. 2 people have now voiced this opinion. Okay. All right. Well, then in that case, 200 options. I don't think Deus Ex is happening. We can cut it at any time. If this goes on an hour, then I'll just be like, we'll just cut it unless we're having a blast. But, you know. But anyway, welcome. We are now going to... I have to do a YouTube intro, don't I? Hey! I'm joking. But I would like all of your opinions on this as we go. But we are going to now be discussing red flags. Now, specifically in my mind, I am imagining this referring to women, but this is equal. All right. I guess we'll talk about. I don't know if there are any of these that are going to be different for men or women. If in general, I think this will apply to both. But if there are any that will count for both potentially, then we'll go from there. We'll figure that out as we go. But welcome. This is red flags for relationships. The categories that it has provided, we can change this if we want to. But the categories are deal breaker. We need to talk about this. Not great, but I can live with it. I don't know if I would ever use this category personally. That's not a good way to live your life. Need more information. Fair. I don't really care. Objectively bad, but I like this. And actually a green flag. Okay. All right. I like those. Does anyone have any categories we should maybe add to that? I think that's probably fine. I think that's actually a pretty good system at the moment. So, okay. Number 1, has a lot of the same gender friends. Okay, first of all, this tells me more about the person who made the list than anything else. And what I mean by that is, what do you mean gender? Do you mean sex? Do you mean they have the same sex friends? That is not... This is nothing. This is nothing. There's not... Who cares? That does not really have a... Now, if it's a lot of opposite sex friends, that could be a red flag. But like this is literally, if I'm understanding this correctly, this is just that women who have a lot of women friends. What do you mean? Why would that be a red flag? The only red flag is if they're bad friends, but we don't know that. So this is just, I don't care. They have a lot of friends that are also women, or a man who has a lot of friends who are also men. Why would that possibly? This is a strange addition. Are these in order of the first that he put up? Do you know what I mean? Like the guy who made this list, was that the first one he came up with? Because if so, he's a psychopath. But okay, continue. Choose loudly. Dude, why do I care? Who cares? Who cares? That's really on your list? I don't understand. My wife needs to be as much of an autistic loner as I am. Well, if that's important to you, then like fine. But no, this is strange, and this is like, dude, this is ridiculous, all right? Maybe you're going to be, like, embarrassed going out with her or something, but, like, get over it, all right? Can we look at the first couple of white tier lists to see if it's like this, too? Well, the first couple are different political and interested in politics, but also I see choose loudly right here. So I don't think it's much different, because I still see choose loudly. So I think we're fine with this one. I think there's going to be some ridiculous ones in here either way. But we'll see. There's so many of them. There's got to be good ones, right? Interest in politics, that was on both of them. Daddy issues. Okay. Different political beliefs. These seem actually very similar. I'm seeing a lot of ones that are on the other one too. Loves spicy food. Is there something esoteric about this? I don't know. Is there something like, who comes up with this? I'm actually, these, so far, I am simply confused. Why would it be a deal breaker if someone likes spicy food? Do you remember that virgin thing? Do you remember that ancient Indian advice, that video where it was some woman with a thick Indian accent talking about how to tell if someone's a virgin? Didn't she say that if they like spicy food, they might possibly not be a virgin? Do you remember that? Is that what this is? No, I don't care. Who cares? Jealous. Okay. All right. This is, I feel like, the first real one. Okay? First real jealous, okay? I think that's at least we need to talk about this. It depends on what you mean, but jealous means she's a cheater. Okay? It's 90% of the time, if you have a woman who's getting after you because she thinks that you're cheating, she's cheating. That's like 90% of the time, I'm telling you. So if it depends on what you mean, though. Because if you just mean that, like, she wants a monogamous relationship, then, like, yeah, that's, like, that's a green flag. What do you mean by jealous? Right? But I feel like this is either we need to talk about this or maybe needs more information. But I'm going to say, like, we probably need to talk about this. It depends on what stage of the relationship as well. Are you jealous and we've been dating for a year? You're cheating. Are you jealous and we just met? You're a psychopath. Are you jealous and it's been like a week and the word jealous has just lost all meaning? Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, but probably this needs more information. Are we assuming that this is the beginning of the relationship? I think it means she has green eye color. Well, that's a green flag actually. Uses ChatGPT. I don't care. All right. This is they need to be more specific. All right, because what do you mean by that? Do you mean that she uses it to like cheat on tests, or she like uses it to like get horoscope life advice? That we need to talk about. But if you just mean like she uses it to like, hey, there was this tweet that I read a month ago and I can't find it anymore. Can you find this tweet for me, ChatGPT? Then that's fine. Do you know what I mean? I don't care. I don't know why the woman has a southern accent, but you know what I mean? Like, whatever. So I need more information. I hope these don't all turn out like that. Likes Harry Potter. You know, that's a complicated one. Let's go through the ways in which that's complicated. To some extent, if you like Harry Potter, you might be supremely uneducated. And I don't mean you haven't gone to school. I mean unintelligent. There's nothing wrong with Harry Potter, to be clear. Harry Potter's a fine series. But nowadays, you fall into one of two categories if you're like a Harry Potter fan. You're either just an alternative version of a Disney adult, or you love J.K. Rowling's radical feminist turf opinions. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like either way, that's like where does that fall? It's not a green flag. Let's be clear. All right, let's just liking Harry Potter, not a green flag. I wouldn't say it's objectively bad, and I wouldn't say I like it. I wouldn't say I don't care. Maybe need more information. I wouldn't say I can live with it. I would say Harry Potter we need to talk about. I need to know where you fall. I feel like we need to talk about Harry Potter. I've only seen women like Harry Potter. Well, that good. Then it's a green flag. She's a real woman. If she likes Harry Potter, you know that she's not one of your boys trying to get you on a fake date for like a rom-com or like comedy scene in a movie. Do you know what I mean? It's not two midgets in a trench coat or something who are both actually dudes, but they put on makeup. You know what I mean? Green flag. Because that, you know it's a woman. But I think we need to talk about it, honestly. History major or / fan. These are different things, all right? One implies going to college, which is potentially a problem, and one doesn't imply that, right? I knew a bitch that loved Harry Potter, psycho cunt. Well, that only solidifies that we need to talk about this, all right? My wife, for some context, her parents didn't let her read Harry Potter. They thought it was satanic. So I'm all good, dude. I'm all good. Is it a red flag if your partner sits you down to have a serious talk about how much you like Harry Potter? No, that's a green flag. Anybody who has a serious talk about something, that's a green flag, because that means they care and that means they take the relationship seriously. All right? That's a green flag. That should be one of the questions here, though. Okay, history fan. I'm just going to ignore the major part. History fan. A woman. Okay, if this is a man, green flag. All right? I'm not dating men, obviously. None of you men are dating men. I understand. I'm just saying if we're just being equal to the sexes here, this is basically a green flag for a man. You know what I mean? Like that's an educated guy, right? For a woman, this is a confusing one. Dang, Mark is back. Welcome. I am indeed back, and we are criticizing women currently. Welcome. I am happy to be back. This is my third stream back, actually. Came back last Friday. But, yeah, I am back. We're going over right now red flags. History fan for women. I think that is actually a green flag. I think there's so many ways you could take that, but in general, I'm going to say that's a green flag. Because that's a woman with traditional values. That's a woman who wants to return with a U instead of with a V instead of a U. You know what I'm saying? She might be mildly autistic. Kind of agreeing. That gets into objectively bad, but I like this. But no, for real, I think it's actually kind of a green flag. I think History Fan is kind of a green flag for women, unless it's a ploy. All right, because the ploy thing can come into play. Some women come off as autistic and are actually master manipulators, and they just know that this will get men attracted to them. All right, be careful. But otherwise, I think history buff would be sick. Yeah, see, I think this is actually kind of a history in general, or they love certain history. It depends. You gotta ask. I'm going in general here. In general, I think this is a green flag. But you could add what history in general, and they're like World War II, Nazi Vichy France. I love it. You'd be like, okay, okay, I can work with that. All right, okay. Gives but never receives. That's the opposite of what I think would be on here. You know what I mean? Gives and never receives. Might fall under objectively bad, but I like this. Do you know what I mean? This is kind of like she needs to stand up for herself more, but at the same time, you're probably not going to have a lot of problems in your relationship. You know what I'm saying? like that's probably like, so that's what I think this means. It's hard to tell what they're even talking about with some of these, but I'm assuming what they're talking about is that it's a woman who does a lot for other people, but doesn't accept help. Oh no, wait, that's bad. Nope, need to talk about that. No, never mind. If she doesn't accept help, you're in trouble, because like then she's going to like have a bunch of problems going on and not talk to you about it and not get any help from anybody, and it's going to turn into some bottled up disaster that's going to explode and ruin everything. No, never mind. I completely changed my mind. We need to talk about this. Lives with their parents, need more information. That could be, just a trad wife in the making, waiting to find the right man, doesn't want to go to college because she doesn't want to be indoctrinated. Or it could be, I am the designated house slave from my abusive parents, and they will never let me leave, and I worship them as gods. One of those is a deal breaker, and one of them is a green flag. So could go either way, Could be having a lot of insecurity. That's what I'm saying. That's what we need to talk about. It's not a deal breaker. Women can get past that kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? It's something you could go to therapy, go to talk to a priest. You know what I mean? But and yeah, live with parents. That could go either way. Doesn't listen to music. That's crazy. I kind of like it. I kind of doesn't listen to music at all. Just at all. That's wild. I can't imagine. Women love music. Women be loving music, man. I don't know if you've noticed, but women love music. I'm questioning the woman who doesn't like music. I think that's another autism cue or something. You know what I mean? Like it's overstimulation. Imagine not listening to music. Usually bad music. It depends. My wife, she loves Les Mis and Phantom of the Opera. Do you know what I mean? She listens to that all the time. Does she listen to some bad music as well? Absolutely. But she's never been exposed to good music. She also listens to good music now. So I don't know a single person that doesn't listen to music. That's what I'm saying. This one's crazy, actually. I actually don't know what to do with this one. Doesn't listen to music. We need to talk about this. That's obvious. That's absolutely, we need to talk about this. What does that mean? It might be really good. It might be that she's like I don't know, like she's operating on a different level, or it could be that there's like something just wrong with her brain. I don't know. Les Mis, more like Les Mid. Yeah, you take that back, dude. Les Mis, I have my problems with, but at the same time, it is a masterpiece. Like, let's be clear. And the greatest character in it is a priest. So like good representation of the church. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I hear Phantom of the Opera's better though. I hear I haven't seen it yet. I hear it's better. That reminds me of one guy in 4chan who literally only listens to Linkin Park in the end and doesn't like other songs. You know what? That almost is I can live with that. Do you know what I mean? You know what? You know what? I'm putting it down. It's not great, but I can live with that. Doesn't listen to music? I could live with that. Does she put up with my music? We need to talk about it. We need to talk about it. If she doesn't listen to music, she's going to leave to become a nun. Yeah, we need to talk about it. Only compliments your body. Now, does this mean she only... This is literally a green flag or a red flag because of just the enunciation of this. Does that mean she only compliments your body? That's bad. She sees nothing else good about you? That's a deal breaker. Or does it mean she only compliments your body and she doesn't compliment anyone else's body? That's a green flag. I think it means your body is the only thing about you that she compliments. That's a deal breaker. You want somebody who's in it for more than your body, obviously, right? I mean, that's not usually a thing that men run into. This is more female pilled. Normally, it's the women who have to worry about this. For men, you have to worry about that she's only in it for your money, your success, your that kind of thing. But either way, still a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker. If that's the only thing she sees, or at the very least, we need to talk about it. Maybe she doesn't compliment the other things, but she still does see them as valuable. But I'm gonna just go ahead and say that's probably a deal breaker, right? Never goes to doctor or dentist. Actually, a green flag. That is actually an amazing green flag. All right. You need to find this kind of woman, all right? My wife has not had health insurance in her entire life. Never. Her parents just didn't take her to the doctors, and since we've been married, she has not been to the doctor. She's been once because there was like a minor like tearing after the birth, but we had the birth at home, right? This is a huge green flag. Huge green flag. What you want is you want a redneck hippie. You know what I mean? 9 times out of 10, that's what you're looking for. This is the hippie part of that. This is huge green flag. I will fight anyone who thinks differently. Huge green flag. Has no strong opinions. That's tough. All right? This is tough. Okay? Because this can go either way. One way it could go is that classic feminine submissive sort of like, you know what I'm saying? Submissive is like a meme word nowadays, but I'm just mean like she's like, you know what? Doesn't matter to me. You know, this is somebody who doesn't watch the news, doesn't give a shit, doesn't affect my life. That's kind of a green flag. At the same time, if the woman you're talking to, if she doesn't think abortion is the greatest evil that has ever befallen mankind, then that's a deal breaker. And that should be a strong opinion. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like she's got to have some strong opinions. And I don't know any women who don't have strong opinions. You know what I mean? Like, there's something. There's something. You know? So I think we need to talk about that. It might not be a deal breaker. I can see one exception maybe, but that's worrying. To be clear, anything here is just a red flag. Like, classic definition of a red flag. This is like 3 red flags. Do you know what I mean? Because 1 red flag does not disqualify a woman. It just gets you real close, right? It's just something you need to look into that. Deal breaker is like, it's a deal breaker. Doesn't invite you over their place. Green flag. What are you what is this? This is a sex thing, right? This is a sex thing. Do we have any sex havers in the chat? I never had sex until I got married, so I don't know. This is referring to sexual relations, right? If it's not, then I don't even know what to make of it. Doesn't invite you over to their place. Do they live with their parents? I don't know. Got to train your immune system. Oh, you mean the women who don't go to the doctor? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that most likely. I think this is a sex thing. That's a green flag, obviously. 100% optimistic. Interesting. That's kind of interesting for women. Women are usually the worriers. I think that's actually... You would expect me probably to say that's a green flag. But it's kind of a little bit of the woman's place to worry a little bit. You know? Like, the man can be 100% optimistic. The woman needs to worry about, like, yeah, but what if my son runs out into traffic? Like she kind of needs to worry a little bit. And the man can just be like, he'll be fine. Don't worry about it. He'll be fine. He takes after me. I've been hit by a car. I'm fine. You know, like, but 100% is kind of wacky, to be clear. I see 100% pessimist too. 100% optimist, I think that's we need to talk about it. I can see that somebody else saying it a little annoying. True. You can't have a serious conversation with somebody who's 100% optimist. I will say, pessimist, deal breaker. No doubt. No doubt. 100% pessimist, absolute deal breaker. Do you want that in your life? That's crazy. You do not want a woman who is going to be 100% pessimist? That's insane. Honey, I won the lottery. You're going to lose it all anyway. It's like, no, dude. You do not want that. 100% optimist, a little more acceptable potentially, but it's close. It's close. You know what I mean? It could easily be in deal breaker territory. I do that on my own. Please give me a break. 100% pessimist goth GF. Well, when you put it like that, I'm sure for half the chat that falls into objectively bad, but I like it. But no. Night owl. Actually kind of a green flag a little bit. All right? Do you know why? She'll change diapers in the middle of the night when the kid gets up. That's a little bit of a green flag. That's actually not too bad. It could go. It almost falls under I don't care, but there's actually some hidden benefits to that one. But at the same time, getting up early is kind of important in a lot of ways. I'd say I don't really care. That's a dad answer from Yeoman. I'm a father. What do you want from me? What if she's just read Leibniz and knows that we're living in the best of all possible worlds? Well, we are living in the best of all possible worlds because God has created this world and no other. But women can sleep during the day because they don't have a job anyway. My wife does that sometimes. Yeah. When my son takes a nap, often she takes a nap. So, you know what? It's kind of a green flag a little bit. It's kind of like, well, that won't take getting used to, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's either I don't care or green. I think I don't care. I think it's I don't care. Reads their horoscope. We need to talk about this. I understand this. That might be a deal breaker. Reads their horoscope. Do you believe? That's paganry. You know what I'm saying? That's just straight. We need to talk about it. You need to convert. You need to swear off this necromancy, communicating with spirits. It's pretty close to a deal breaker. But it's not quite there. It's very common with women, and I feel like there's some situations when it might be a little excusable at least. You know? Avoids confronting you. We need to talk about this. Easy. That's not good. I know a lot of people are probably thinking that, like, oh, that's awful because... Or no, a lot of people are probably thinking that's great. That's amazing. Like, oh, great, I'll have no problems. That's not how that works. She needs to be able to bring up... What you want is literally the opposite. Confront is a very aggressive word, but you want someone who, when she has a thought about something, she tells you. That's what you want. That's ideal. So this is a problem. Now, it's a fixable problem. So that's why I have it. We need to talk about this, but it's a problem. Somebody's saying that grow a backbone, please don't bottle things up. Exactly. Yeah, this is a big problem. Fixable problem. Unlike these are probably not fixable. This is fixable, but it's a problem. Are you saying horoscope readers are more spiritual, just need to be guided? Many of them are. I know someone's saying that they will never convert. I don't find that to be true, necessarily. I think a lot of horoscope kind of like... my wife wasn't this way, so I'm not speaking from experience. But I think a lot of those like horoscope types and like new age types, they're seekers. They just haven't found. You know what I'm saying? They may have thought they found, but they haven't found. Some of those people are also off the reservation. They don't go to the doctor. And those women... Some of them, they're open-minded. You start talking about religion, and they'll follow you along. So I don't think this is a deal breaker. I think it needs to be resolved before you go further with the relationship. It's not something that you can just live with. No, sir. But I don't think it's a deal breaker. You know what I mean? I don't think so. Avoidant personalities and stonewaller. I see this. I saw this little mute icon next to the person who said that. And I was like, what does that mean? It means they're watching without audio. Interesting. He's just watching the tiles fall in. Has a lot of different gender friends. Different instead of opposite. Gender instead of sex. It's just bugged. I can hear it. Oh, okay. This is a red flag. Am I sexist if I just call that a deal breaker? It's close, dude. It's definitely a high tier. We need to talk about this. All right. I don't think it's a deal breaker. There might be, maybe there. It depends. Yeah, like how do they behave with them? Who are these friends? Are they like, what do we consider friends? Maybe she's the one girl out of like with 8 brothers or something. You know what I mean? And those are her friends. You're like, maybe it's a high tier. I'm putting it in deal breaker. I'm gonna get criticized for that, but I think it's right on the edge there, dude. It's real close. It is a red flag. Let's be clear. It is a red flag, which is, this category is basically red flag. Really serious red flag. This category is beyond red flag. I think this is a red flag, right? But then you're called insecure for being upset. The guy friends. No, well, if she calls you insecure about it, then she's not good. You want to find somebody who you can voice opinions and they don't take it personally, because it might not be personal. It's just how you feel. Like if you say, hey, I'm angry that you did X. You want to be with a woman who can say, okay, why do you think that is? You know, like and just have a curious conversation about it and come to a conclusion about, like, was the woman in the wrong, or was the guy in the wrong, or was no one in the wrong? Are you getting angry because of just some like past trauma? Is it unreasonable? Is it reasonable? You want to be able to have a conversation. Do you know what I mean? What if she's just friendly with fellow churchgoers? Well, that's where this gets vague. A lot of different gender friends. What does that mean? Are we talking percentage? Like over half of her friends are male? Or what? Or do you just mean a lot because she has 10 friends who are male and 20 who are women, and we just consider 10 a lot? I don't know. That's why I'm putting it under kind of like, we need to talk about this. There's different situations where like this might fall, but picky eater, I don't care. As long as she can eat raw meat, I don't care. Is this a situation where you don't trust guy friends, or her, or something else? Mostly it's don't trust the guy friends and potentially her. That's actually a good point. I should mention that. That actually is a really good point that you brought up. There are some women who are just oblivious. All right. And in that case, this is not a deal breaker at all. All right. The guys know that they want to have sex with her. There are some women, it's not common, but there are some women who can be in that situation and don't realize that all the men around her want to have sex with her, and that's why they're friends with her. Right? They don't realize that. And so in that case, it's not a deal breaker. She just needs a little social coaching or something. You know what I mean? But I also don't think there are women who are that oblivious. I think it's a huge minority. Not huge minority. A tiny minority. You know what I mean? I think the people who act like they're oblivious just like the attention. I agree with that. And that's why I think it is a red flag. But it's not something where, like, you leave the date. You know what I mean? These two are like, you're on the first date and you walk out. All right? These are like, we're having a conversation about this. And the relationship does not continue until we figure something out with these. Right? And this is just, we're not, goodbye. like goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Loves sweets. I don't care. That's not a factor. Do you know what I mean? Like that's whatever. Do you know what I mean? I feel like a picky eater won't be eating raw meat. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, perhaps. Perhaps being that oblivious to begin with is a sort of red flag. True. It says a lot about her family. Why was she not raised to be more... Like, usually someone who's that oblivious was raised to be that oblivious because she was getting taken advantage of by her own family, and they wanted to make sure that she didn't know how to spot ill intent. So it is a red flag. It is a red flag, but it might be fixable. So I'm putting it here. Right? Loving sweets will eventually throw you at the doctors. True. True. Needs more information. You know what? I think I'm in a different frame of mind. When I think sweets, I'm literally in my mind thinking like blueberries. And I'm sure that's not what it means. I think that's what we need to talk about this. Because you're right. That's actually a problem. I'm thinking like natural sweet things. But sweets is candy, right? That's a problem. It might be a deal breaker. Is there any on here that is fat? Is there any... Is fat on here? Because if fat isn't on here, then love sweets is basically a stand-in for fat. And that's basically a deal breaker. Now, it's a deal breaker in the moment. Now, if she loses weight and she stops doing that and then you meet her again in the future, fine. But your job is not to fix the woman. All right? Do you know what I mean? Like, everybody has some things they can improve, and that's fine. Right? But, like, your job is not to fix her. So, if this is just a stand-in for fat, I think it's a deal breaker. Somebody's going to look at this list and see this, and they're going to think I am a misogynist or something. But I think this is for men and women. Almost everything here is for men and women. So, obese will probably be on the tier later, so I'd like putting the candy lower. We need to talk about this for now, then. We'll put it here. Because if it's not just fat, it's just sweets, then we need to talk about this, but it's solvable. You wouldn't date me because I love chocolate. Yeah, well, when you mention chocolate, I guess that's not as bad. Nah. This is we need to talk about this. Okay. Trust issues. What does that mean, trust issues? That's a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker. She needs to sort out her own shit. Right? That literally just means she has issues that she needs to sort out before she can be in a relationship. I'm not your therapist, all right? You need to fix that. If you can fix it, and I believe that people can, call me back. But at the moment, it's not your job to fix her. Yeah. So no, that's a deal breaker. If your wife doesn't love sweets, then how are your grandkids supposed to get butterscotch? My grandkids are gonna get raw meat. My son, do you know what treat he likes? Cashews. He's never had candy in his life. You know what I'm saying? Calls Twitter X. What a stupid. Likes Rick and Morty. We need to talk about this. Not a deal breaker. Women can have bad taste sometimes. Men can too. But we just need to talk. You know what? That's a not great, but I can live with it, maybe. You're allowed to have your opinions about what you like. I'll try and understand either what's wrong with you or what you see in it that I don't. Do you know what I mean? Because maybe, you know what? Maybe I'm just missing something. It's not great, but I can live with it. I think that's where that falls. It's not a big deal. It really isn't. It might be a sign of other things. I feel like a lot of people who watch that kind of thing you have an atheistic worldview. A lot of people who watch like Rick and Morty, right? Unless she's a diehard fan. That's what I'm talking about. She just likes it. She's not like a diehard fan. She just likes it. My blood screams deal breaker, but yeah, I guess I could live with it. I understand you completely, Confox. I'm there with you where like part of me wants to say no, but like realistically, I could live with that. Whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's not a big deal. So, Harry Potter is less concerning to me than Rick and Morty. You know what? That's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. But Harry Potter that's kind of fair. That makes me want to drop Harry Potter level into the same category. Honestly. I feel like that makes me drop Harry Potter down to we need more information. What kind of Harry Potter fan are you? That you actually you convinced me on that one, actually, with your one-word argument. Rick and Morty seasons 1 and 2 aren't bad. I think I've heard that. I remember watching, I think, the first season back in the day, and I didn't hate it. So, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a good revision. Computer science major / fan. Okay. Autistic. I think not great, but I can live with it. You know what I mean? Autism's hard to live with, but I don't think. But if it's not too bad, then I think it's probably not great, but I can live with it. I don't know. There's a lot of like stereotypes having to do with computer science sort of stuff. I think it's a yellow flag maybe, but at the same time, how many women are computer science fans? I've never met one, so I don't really know what to do with this. Are those purely religious things for you? Not all this. No, this is also just like for the sake of the health of the relationship. Actually, most of what I've talked about so far, I actually don't know if anything on here has been religious so far. Except this one. Doesn't invite you over to their place. That's religious. But that's not religious too. You shouldn't sleep with somebody before you're married. I think even at just a secular level. So actually, I don't think anything on here has been completely religious so far. What is a computer science fan? Like she likes software engineering, programming? Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. I think I can live with that. You know, I think she has a hobby, that's fine. You know what? I don't even know if it's bad. I think it might just be I don't care. Am I crazy? I think I might just not care. You know? You got a hobby. Whatever. It's fine. Bad at giving gifts. They were pushed to join STEM. Could be a problem with that. Well, yeah, if it's computer science major, could be. And then in that case, it says very little about them as a person, really. But bad at giving gifts, I'm going to say, like, that goes into, like, mild red flag. Because maybe it says something about, like, their ability to care about someone enough to know what they want. It's a bit of a red flag. You know what I mean? I think just I want to put it maybe not great, but I can live with it. You know? But it's iffy. It's right on the edge because it's something that, like, does it affect my life? Not really. But could it be a sign of something else? It could be. It could be. I think it's not great, but I can live with it. You know what I mean? It's not great, so you would still address these things. But it's not as serious as we need to talk about this. You know what I mean? This would just be, excuse me, this just raises an eyebrow. You pay attention when you see one of these things, but you don't have to have a conversation right away. You know? Gifts are that deep. I mean, I'm putting it next to Rick and Morty, so I don't know if it's that deep. You know what I mean? But I think it could be a sign of, like, to give a good gift, you have to know what someone likes, and you have to pay attention, and you have to have long-term planning, right? Like, and a lot of women are very good at that. They remember that you mentioned a year ago that all your nice dress shirts don't fit anymore after you've been working out, and then Christmas comes along and they buy you a nice dress shirt and you're like moved to tears. You're like, I can't believe you listened to me. That's like, you're so thoughtful. Like, that's amazing. And a woman who can't do that, I wouldn't say it's a deal breaker by any means. And I don't even think it's a we need to talk about this, but it could be a sign that she's not fully listening to what your needs are and what your wants are. You know what I mean? So for me, I tend to give gifts when it's something that matters / comes up spontaneously. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think it's a huge deal, but I think it's. I don't think I would say I don't care, and I don't think I think I have all the information I need. So I think I put it here. Lives with friends. That depends on the situation. I mean, are they in like a college dorm? That's pretty normal, right? That's pretty standard. Are they like semi-homeless, sleeping on the couch? That could potentially be some. I think needs more information. That could go any direction. You know, I don't think there's necessarily a. How bad are the friends? Do you know what I mean? Does she live with bad friends? Deal breaker. You've got a coven, right? She lives with great friends. Green flag. Or maybe a deal breaker again because she's in a convent and so she's off the table. You know what I mean? She says, I love you within the first week. We need to talk about that. That's usually a problem, all right? Because that's a love bomb potential, right? That could be that she's manipulating you. It's not 100% deal breaker, although it's a little close. It's kind of close. but it's not a good sign. You would never say it's a good sign. When somebody says they love you very, very, very quickly, it could be, all right, and this is why it's not a deal breaker. They could just have a rom-com understanding of life. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. And you had a meet cute. That's a term I learned from my wife. And she's just falling head over heels. That's a little bit of a red flag because you want to make sure she's actually taking this seriously, but not necessarily a deal breaker, right? Hopeless romantic kind of stuff. But it's still something you'd want to talk about. Hey, are you taking this seriously? You know what I mean? Which is an amazing thing to say back to a woman. I love you. Are you taking this seriously? Can you imagine? Overshares to friends. Deal breaker. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? Overshares to friends. Do you mean breaking trust? Do you mean like overshares of herself or of me? All right. Of herself, that's just a very open person potentially. Of me, that's somebody who can't keep a secret and doesn't respect privacy. You know what I mean? I think we need to talk about that. We need to talk about that. Touches you all the time. This is a joke. I think that's probably we need to talk about this. I think that might be a deal break. Who has run into this? Can anyone touch on this? Haha, touch. I love you. Are you serious? Kind of goated necking to be TBH. Dude, it works. It works. Take it away. That's the key. Take it away. Overshare has such a negative connotation. I don't like it. That's what I'm thinking too. I've got a close friend. We both are careful about being sure we say good things about our partners and not just complaining about something and actually try to give genuine advice to each other. That actually, you saying that actually makes me think more about this. I'm assuming that when we're talking overshare, that's probably a deal breaker because probably what they mean by that is that they're being insulting about their spouse or partner or whatever, boyfriend, girlfriend, right? Because that is a deal breaker. That's how you get into witches' coven situations where all the women rag on, maybe a bad choice of words, the men, right? And I think overshare, I depending on what we mean by oversharing, I think it's a deal breaker, all right? If there's too much touching before marriage, it's a red flag. If it's after marriage, it's too late to be a red flag, even if you dislike it. Well, yeah, we're talking like dating or something. Touches you all the time in marriage is like a green flag. Like, what would you? Who cares? Like, that's fine, you know. Touches you all the time as like you should be attracted to your spouse, right? But touches you all the time in dating. It depends on how far into dating you are. I think you need more information. Is she holding your hand? That's haram. No, but seriously, is she holding your hand like that kind of level? Whatever. Is she like touching you? Call the cops. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say needs more information. All right. Has very strong opinions. That is, where did we put no strong opinions, and we need to talk about this. I think very strong opinions. I think need more information. Depends on what those opinions are. Obviously, you know. Always wants you to go to their place. Deal breaker. That's just sex. Unless I'm misunderstanding. I was a wait till marriage man myself, but I'm pretty sure that's a sex thing. So, early bird. I think that also goes the same with night owl. I don't really care. Reads your horoscope. What? What? That goes right up there with reads their horoscope. What do you mean reads my horoscope? Okay. Ignores your boundaries. Deal breaker. There's no saving that. It's gone. Out the door. Ignores your boundaries. That is literally, if you marry that or you even date that for an extended period of time, you are asking for living hell. That's a deal breaker. I don't even think I have to explain that to anybody. If anybody doesn't respect your boundaries, it doesn't matter who they are. They should be out of your life. It could be your mom. You know what I mean? It should be like, Mom, if you're going to do this, then we can't hang out. You know what I mean? Like, that should be non-negotiable. Like, you should have reasonable boundaries, of course, but like at the same, like, no, dude, that's a deal breaker, obviously. Conspiracy theorist, green flag. Green flag. I personally find that as what did I say before, dude? The best green flags are right here. Never goes to the dentist, conspiracy theorist. This is what you're looking for, like right-wing hippie, okay? Redneck hippie. Here's the hippie, here's the redneck. You see what I'm saying? That's the golden ratio right there. That's the golden combo. Gets high multiple times a week. Literal deal breaker. She's fried, dude. Leave her. She belongs to the streets at that point. She's done. She's done. That's it. That's it. It's over. She's not even there anymore. Her brain is gone. She's left. Chronically online. It's pretty bad. I would say we need to talk about this. Not necessarily a deal breaker. Not necessarily a deal breaker. Pretty close. I thought hippies were leftists and hippies get high. The combination, my man. The combination. The kind of person who was going to vote for RFK Jr. instead of Trump or Harris. Okay? You want the combination. I think all this list is pre-marriage stuff. Yes. Because why would you marry someone with a trait that put you in a deal breaker category? Well, to be clear, maybe we have different understandings, but I consider dating to be a step towards marriage. You date for the purpose of marriage. So, deal breaker category is you're either on the first date or you've started dating this person and one of these things comes up. You see what I mean? And so then you break it off. It's done. Deal breaker. That's how I'm viewing it. Let me take a drink real quick. Doesn't want to have sex at all. Okay. I'm assuming that we're talking about before marriage and during the dating period, in which case green flag. But the word at all worries me. All right? Do you mean at all as in ever? That's a we need to talk about this. All right? We're having kids, right? But if she wants kids, and this is just talking about before marriage, it's a green flag. Huge green flag. Obviously. Right? Huge green flag. Just so you're aware, we're an hour into this, so it's probably decision point time. I want to keep going. Oh, there's so many, but there's not that many. We got this. We're good. If this ends up being the whole stream, I apologize. But this is fun, all right? Bad at cooking. Not great, but I can live with it. It's really not that big of a deal. Honest, I eat raw food. My wife's a great cook, but would it matter if she wasn't? It would not, all right? That's not great, but I can live with it. Some of you might have different opinion on that, but I honestly think the other thing is this. Let's be clear. Cooking is not hard to learn. If she's bad at cooking, she can learn how to cook. That's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all, okay? We can learn together. You could even have a fun little moment to, like take a cooking class together. Like that could be one of your first dates. It could be cute. You know what I mean? That's a meet cute right there. You learn it. You meet each other at a cooking class because she can't cook for shit. No problem. I realized after I got engaged, my now wife didn't know what sex was. We had a discussion about contraception, so I figured she knew, but I was wrong. Red flag or green flag? Well, how religious? Because if she's very religious and she understands that like having sex for the purpose of procreation and for the relationship is like a duty of the spouse, of each spouse, then I don't think it's a problem. Do you know what I mean? Like she'll do it. You know. That is a funny situation though. But no, I think that's a green flag, or at least a neutral flag. Complains a lot. We need to talk about this. That's bad. That's bad. Depends on who she complains about. If it's you, it's a deal breaker. If it's just in general, we need to talk about it. That's annoying. Wants to protect you. Green flag. What? Huh? How would that be a red flag? Wants to protect you. Of course you want to protect someone you love. Do you know what I mean? Or that you at least like a lot and you're considering maybe marrying in the future. Like, this is what? That's a green flag. Has bad grammar. I can live with it. It's fine. I can live with it. It's you know what I mean? Like, look at Old English. People used to just make grammar up, dude. They were smart people. They didn't care about grammar at all. So I think it's not great. I can live with it. That one's for the ladies. The protect one, possibly, very possible. Complains a lot is just conspiracy theory cousin. Not necessarily. I believe that the world is being controlled by a shadowy cabal. I don't complain about it. What am I gonna do? You know what I mean? What does it mean? It doesn't matter to me. I'm just living my best life. You know what I'm saying? So I that's an example of where I think you might be wrong. I think that's a good way you could phrase it, to where conspiracy theory is not at all like complaining. Having bad grammar is actually a green flag. Interesting. I'd put it under I don't really care now that you say that. Yeah. Buys gadgets they rarely use. Literally don't care. Who cares? Story topper. Huh? Someone explain that one to me? Story topper. As in, I tell a story. I'm like, yeah, I went fishing in Alaska. And she said, I went fishing in the Arctic. Like, what is that what we're talking about? Like a one-upper. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not great, but I could probably live with it. I'd probably talk to her about it, though. But it's not a we need to talk about it. I think that's more of like a not great. I don't know about a shadowy cabal. I was joking a little bit. The narratives in the West are being controlled by foreign countries doing it to create dissent. Both MAGA and the far left stuff is coming from all the bots online and etc. I mean, I don't know if it's even foreign countries. I think a lot of it's the government ruling this country, but I do agree that a lot of it's manufactured, you know. And it's all on the same side. Like the left-right dichotomy is complete BS. They're all owned by the same people. I mean, the conservatives, quote unquote, are just conserving what the left put in place 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, it's complete nonsense. So, I avoids confrontation and complains a lot, and the need to talk about this together when they're seemingly the exact opposites. Yeah, complaining is not the same as bringing something up and having a constructive conversation. I know what you're saying, but they are not the same. You know, doesn't plan any of your dates. That's fine. I don't care is what I would say with that. In fact, I'd say that's actually a green flag. No, I say I don't care. I'm going to plan all the dates anyway, right? Like, I'm going to do that anyway. I don't care at all. I don't know if I would say it's a green flag or not. It probably is, but at the very least, I don't care. Gets angry easily. At me or at the world? I'm gonna assume it means me, and I'm gonna say deal breaker. If you mean the world, that's just maybe passionate. I'd say maybe a little further down. But I'm gonna, if you get angry at me, that's a deal breaker. Are you crazy? I don't want that. Road rage? That's going into we need to talk about this. You know, I assume it's in general. Well, then I'm assuming if it's in general, it's including me. Do you know what I mean? And if it's including me, it's a deal breaker. And road rage, road rage presumably doesn't include me. So that's how we need to talk about this. Do you see the difference? Because us versus the world, that's an okay perspective to have. Me versus you, not an okay perspective to have in a relationship. You see what I'm saying? That's a big difference. Controlling. I mean, what do you mean by controlling? What does a controlling woman look like? Controlling. That's a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker. Probably you have messed up the relationship if she's controlling, to be clear. Probably you held a very weak frame. And I know that's like red pill talk, but there's some of the terminology that is useful, even though I disagree with some of the content. You know what I mean? I think this is a deal breaker, probably. I think you've maybe I'm going to say we need to talk about it. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Someone saying road rage is forgivable. Let me put it this way. I see road rage as someone who gets angry enough at traffic to where they might make bad decisions. Flipping people off, honking at them unnecessarily, maybe even like kind of like cutting them off, driving after them, following them. You know what I mean? That's road rage. Not just road annoyance or something, right? Road rage? Do you want that from the mother of your children? You want her honking it and flipping out someone who's going to then, like, pull over and, like, beat her up or something? You know what I mean? Like, That's not good. She needs to stop that. You need to cut that out right away, you know? Road rage is a red flag because of the level of safety involved when it comes to big-ass machines going fast with people inside. You've got it. Yep. That's an American perspective. I don't see it that way. You should watch Canada's Worst Driver Crystal compilation. Oh, interesting. But yeah, I think controlling is pretty high. It's pretty high until we need to talk about it. It might be a deal. If I put it as a deal breaker, we're assuming this is an innate trait of the woman, or at least something that's not going to change. If we put it into we need to talk about this, we're assuming it's something that can change. I'm putting it in deal breaker. We're just going to assume it's something that's an innate trait that it's not your job to change her. You know what I mean? If she is that way, no fault of your own, then it goes here. If it's your fault, then well, it's your fault. It's a different conversation. Loves children's media. It's actually kind of a green flag. It's actually kind of a big green flag. Controlling is them trying to manipulate or exert dominance. Oh, well, if it's that, it's obviously a deal breaker immediately. I was maybe taking that. Yeah, you're right. No, that probably is what they mean by controlling. No, it's a clear deal breaker. That's an obvious deal breaker. Yeah. But yeah, loves children's media, kind of a green flag. I mean, they're literally going to be raising your children. They're going to be probably watching children's media or reading children's books to the kids. If they enjoy that, that's good. Do you know what I mean? That's a good thing. So, wears formal attire to your dates. It's a green flag. Okay. Low empathy. It's kind of a deal breaker. You know what I mean? Women need to be empathetic to like the kids. You know, like they need to. That's like really important. I'd say that's a deal breaker. If I do not want to have to worry about, if my son is like playing in traffic or like hurts himself, I don't want to have to worry about like my wife not caring. You know what I mean? Whatever. Like, I don't know. Buy gadgets you don't use. This is one we said a while ago. Where was that? Buys gadgets, don't use. I think you put, I don't care. Yeah. Is a red flag because it shows she is unwise and will not act in the best financial interest of the family when shopping. Maybe, but I don't really care, because if that's the case, there's going to be a division of labor in any relationship. And for some families, the woman is going to handle finances. And for some families, the man is going to handle finances. So I don't, if that's the case, I don't really care. I would just handle the finances. You see what I'm saying? Like, so not trying to date a homie. Please care about me and my kids. Loving children's media kind of depends, though. Like, are they obsessed with Adventure Time, or do they think SpongeBob is a little entertaining? I was thinking more like Disney stuff, and not like a Disney adult, let's be clear. But I mean, like, just likes that kind of... You know what I mean? Like, I showed my wife Ponyo. It was delightful. I liked it as well. Do you know what I mean? If I'm dating someone and she loves Ponyo, then I'm like, you have good taste. And yes, that is a good piece of children's media. Like, I don't know. I don't see that as a problem, you know? So, son gets hit by a car. Don't care, didn't ask, plus you're 5. What is a ponyo? It's a fish. Hates dogs. Interesting. Ooh. That's like an anti-woman. That's like an anti-woman one. I'm gonna say that might be a green flag in a weird way. You know what I mean? That might not. I mean, she might be Muslim. I'm gonna say I need more information. I'm very curious about why you. No, wait. I need more information. She's probably mauled by a dog or something. Do you know what I mean? She's probably attacked by a dog. Yeah. I need more information. I don't know why she hates dogs. Treats you like their therapist. We need to talk about that. There's so many things you could mean by that. So many things. So many things. It could mean that you're like the phrase, which is a gross phrase, but people say like emotional tampon. You know what I mean? That's not good. Okay, obviously that's quite bad. But if you just mean treats like therapist, as in she tells you what she's thinking at like a deep level, and you're very attentive to that, like, that's cool. That's fine. So I'm gonna put that in. We need to talk about it. It's probably bad, but it depends on what you mean. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. A drink of raw milk, by the way. Smokes multiple times a week. Deal breaker. I don't need a smoker around my kids. Uses dark humor. I don't care. That's fine. I think that's a good thing, but I wouldn't say it's a green flag. I don't think using dark humor is going to make her a better wife and mother to your children. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to put it in a green flag. But, and I don't think it's a sign of something that would make her a better wife or mother to your children. But I do think it's perfectly fine. I would probably like it, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't call it objectively bad, so it doesn't fit here either. Hates dogs could be a green flag as she won't fall into the fur baby trap. Very true. The fur baby thing is rampant right now and very bad. But it could also be that she's just a person who doesn't care about animals at all, which wouldn't be a green flag. Yeah, so I think it's need more information. Doesn't read books. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Women tend to read. This is the thing. I think it's much more likely if she reads bad books. You know what I mean? But doesn't read any books? I don't know. I don't know how I would feel like that. My wife reads a lot. I don't know how I would feel about that. Doesn't read books. I think that actually goes at least into we need to talk about that. And you know why? This is why. If you want to if you want to raise literate children, they need to see their parents reading. Period. Like, that's what they need to have, that example. And so if your wife-to-be doesn't read, that's a big problem. If you're going to be raising, especially if you're homeschooling, but even if you're not, although you should, obviously. So I think that's at least we need to talk about it. I don't know if it's a deal breaker. You can always start reading. But I think that's what we need to talk about it. Bad at cleaning. I don't care. How are you bad at cleaning? Do you know how easy of a skill that is? Is that a skill? Dude, you just wipe things. You just put things away. I don't care. Now, if they mean she's a mess, that could be bad. But if you just mean what it literally says, bad at cleaning, whatever, dude. That's even less important than the bad at cooking. You know what I mean? Only child. I don't care. Who cares? What does that mean? I mean, like, you could draw some information from that, but, like, too vague, you know. Receives but never gives. Deal breaker. That's a deal breaker. This isn't a sexual thing, right? I just realized that the receives and never gives and the gives and never receives could be like a, you know what I'm saying? It's not where my mind went at first, because it's not something you know what I mean? Like, I was not doing that while dating. But I'm assuming it's not. And so that's a deal breaker. Applies either way. Yeah, it does. It does actually apply either way. But yeah. Overuses emojis. That is, I don't care. Women do that. That doesn't mean anything. Hypocritical. Deal breaker. Deal breaker, and I'll tell you why. Not just because it's bad for the relationship and because it probably means that she's going to hold you to standards that she doesn't hold herself, but also, can you imagine raising kids with somebody who's hypocritical? Do you really want your wife to say to your child, do as I say, not as I do? Do you really want that word coming out of their mouth? That's a deal breaker. It's a deal breaker. So that's a bad example for the kids. Exactly. Confox, you're right on it. Exactly. Constant self-deprecating jokes. We need to talk about this. Are you okay? Do you feel okay about yourself? Like, for real, are you okay? Because, like, is your self-confidence really low? That's not good. Like, that's obvious we need to talk about this. Bad hygiene. Does that mean she smells? Or what does that mean? Right? What does that mean, bad hygiene? She doesn't brush her teeth. She doesn't shower. She doesn't. How bad? What do we? I don't know what we're talking. This bitch stank. Yeah, I'm assuming it means she smells. That is a deal breaker. And I know you might be saying, Michael, wait a minute. You said earlier that we need to talk about this is mostly for things that you can fix. and deal breakers for things you can't fix or shouldn't be expected to fix. The thing is, if she smells, I'm not getting past the first date. It doesn't matter if it's easy to fix. It is easy to fix. It's very easy to fix. But if she stinks, I'm not going to get past the first date. That's just how it is. Do you know what I mean? I have expected Yeoman to say green flag to bad hygiene. No, dude, nobody likes a woman who smells. All right? Nobody. All right? Some women like men who smell. There's kind of that musk element if you're in good shape. That's the thing, though. This is a real thing. If you're fat, your BO smells awful. If you're in good shape, your BO can actually smell pretty okay to some women. It'll still smell awful to men, so I'm not saying, like, go around smelling bad, but it's a thing. It's a real thing. Ask women. Ask a woman. Find one, if you can. Good luck. And then ask her. But, no, for a girl, I mean, that's just bad. That's just, she smells. You know what I mean? Plus, bad hygiene is a habit. It's not hard to not smell bad. Exactly. Yeah. Cries easily. I don't care. Maybe this could be a sign or something. Maybe I could read into this a little more. But in general, I'm going to say this is just like, what do you mean by cries easily? Like during a movie or something? Like, yeah, welcome to women. You know what I mean? I don't think this is a problem. Somebody said first impressions are very important and hygiene is a massive part of it. I agree. But I will say that the other thing with hygiene is also that it might potentially show a bad self-image, a bad self-esteem. If you're very depressed and you don't see yourself very highly, then it's kind of similar to the constant self-deprecating jokes, right? Like, she just needs to sort herself out. Like, that's all that is. Like, God bless her, I wish her the best, but if she's got bad hygiene, she probably just doesn't have a very good opinion of herself. She's working through some trauma. She needs to go do that and not be with me. You know what I mean? So, it'll still smell awful to men. Well, I'm not trying to attract men, so what's the matter? What's it matter? No, but I'm saying they'll just be annoyed with you and just be like, you know what I mean? You won't have any friends because your male friends will be like, dude, this man stinks. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you're trying to date them, just to be around them at all. Uses the silent treatment. Deal breaker. It's a deal breaker. That's manipulative. That's manipulation. That is manipulation. That is a deal breaker. There's a couple situations where maybe, it falls into we need to talk about this. But if she's the way it's phrased, uses the silent treatment, not sometimes gets silent or something, but uses the silent treatment, that's manipulation, right? Passive aggressive manipulation, deal breaker. Hates children's media. It's not great. It's not a great sign, but I could live with it. You know what I mean? I would ask a little bit about why. Curious, but I don't think it's a big deal. Probably not a big deal. Hoarder, deal breaker. That's bad, dude. You can't. Come on, dude. You can't marry a whore. What are you thinking? Stop, dude. What are you doing? Don't get with a hoarder. You're desperate, my man. No. I feel like I need to slap you for that one. Don't do that. High empathy. Yeah, I mean, generally that's generally a good thing. Depends on how high. But generally a good thing, right? Generally that's what you want. Doesn't like being with your friends. I mean, that's more of like we need to talk about this. Because either she's going or your friends are going. And maybe you have bad friends. I've been there. But like, that's how we need to talk about it. Hoarder will get you killed when your house is filled with black mold. Yeah, no, you don't want hoarder, dude. Don't do that. Bad hygiene plus won't invite you over plus hoarder. Wombo combo. Yeah. No, sir. You don't want that. Back talks their parents. Back talks? What am I, 12? Back talks. Back talks is a phrase that manipulative parents use to children they don't want voicing their opinions. The person who wrote this is a child of abuse. I can tell just by the fact that they use that phrase. Back talks. Back talks. That's crazy that you even say that. That's a green flag because no one uses the word back talk except for manipulative parents. It's actually crazy that they say that. Back talks their parents. I'm going to say I don't care. I don't know what to make of that. But, okay. Wow. Wants to try a bunch of new dishes. I see the game. I see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at, tier list. I see. A bit of a world traveler, are we? bit of an experimentalist, are we? I see what you're saying, game. I don't know if I'm with you. But I see what you're saying. I'm putting that in a needs more information. You know what I mean? Maybe the person who made this is a boomer parent. Maybe. I didn't get that impression until then, but maybe. Wants to try a bunch of new dishes. I think typically I don't care. I see what they're trying to get me to think. They're trying to control my thought patterns and get me to think a certain way. But I don't think I really care. Deal breaker, close the borders. Well, I mean, let's be honest. The best food from other countries is made in this country. That's just the way it is. We perfect things. Like the Japanese, right? The Japanese, they took capitalism and they perfected it. And by that I mean they crashed their economy. They took militarism and they perfected it. And by that I mean they took over half of Asia, right? The Americans are similar. We take good food and we make it American, aka better, right? We also make it worse. We do both, all right? We also make garbage slop, all right? It's a land of extremes. But I think I don't care. Loves fast food. We need to talk about that. It might be a deal breaker. We need to talk about that. Not a deal breaker, but we need to talk about that. That's not good for your health. I hope you're not fat, but plays gacha games. Okay. Now, as an Uma Musume man myself, as a man who has recently started playing the horse racing gacha game, I cannot in good conscience call this a deal breaker, but it does depend on what you mean. Do you mean plays gacha games? Or do you mean pays for gacha games? All right? Free-to-play player? This is maybe a minor red flag just because women playing video games can sometimes, in certain situations, be a bit of a red flag, right? But if we're talking paying for, that's bad. She literally has a gambling addiction. Like, if she is paying for gacha games, gambling addiction. Free-to-play gacha game player is a green flag. You're probably right, actually, because that's someone who has self-control. That's a good... Needs more information right there. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Someone says deal breaker to fast food. Again, let's just be clear. What we're talking... This is solvable, right? You can have a conversation with a woman. Like, my wife did not eat raw meat before she met me, but she had some health problems. She was never fat, but she had some health problems, like gallbladder problem, that kind of thing. And I was like, well, this would probably help. And she tried it, and now she eats raw meat because it fixed it. Do you see what I'm saying? So when it comes to food, in a lot of ways, it's solvable. If it's the right woman, it's solvable, right? If they're fat, that might be a deal breaker because it's not your place to solve that. That's a hurdle. You know what I mean? But so I'm putting that under. We need to talk about this. I don't think it's a deal breaker. It's a red flag for sure. You should talk about it, but I think it can be resolved. You know, this is not a boomer parent because they wouldn't know what gacha is. Shake my head. Yeoman would fumble the gambling addiction baddie. Well, you know, I mean, yeah, you know. I'm okay with not having a gambling addict in my relationships, you know what I mean? Uses 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. We need to talk about this. Can anyone tell me why? I'd like to open it up to the class. Can anyone tell some of you might be shocked. Can anyone tell me why uses 2-in-1 conditioner is a we need to talk about this? Can anyone tell me? She's a man. That's good. That's good. That's not what I meant, but it's a fair point. I'm going to take a drink. Another vote for she's a man. I'm going to take a drink real quick. Yes! We have a winner! Ding, 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 ding. The Nugget Keeper says because she uses shampoo at all. Right? Honestly, that might even be a not great, but I can live with it. But shampoo is bad for your health. Shampoo, if it comes in a plastic bottle, the plastic leaches into the shampoo and absorbs through the top of your scalp, which is one of the most porous parts of the body, and you get a lot of xenoestrogenic microplastics that way, and it will affect the fertility of the woman. So it's not a deal breaker. Very easy fix, but we need to talk about this, right? What do you wash your hair with? Personally, I'm in the no poo. I'm in the no poo zone. I don't use shampoo at all. I had a friend of mine who didn't use shampoo, and I was like, well, that's crazy. What I used to use was I'd use a bar of soap. I use olive oil soap. I've also used pine tar soap. There are some very good ones you can find. Goat milk soap is also all right. I use goat milk soap to shave with instead of shaving cream. Works pretty well for that. But bar of soap used for hair. But what I use now, I use bar of soap for the rest of my body, but I don't use anything on my hair. There's about a week or two adjustment period, but after you get past that, I have luscious hair, my man. My wife is jealous of my hair. She still uses shampoo, but it doesn't come in a bottle. You can buy hippie shampoo that comes in like a cardboard box and is made out of like natural ingredients. She uses hippie shampoo, but I have better hair than her. No doubt. So, yeah. No poo, huh? A fellow constipation maxer. Yeah. People talk about shampoo, nobody bats an eye, but I mentioned shampiss, and everyone loses their mind. Okay, all right. I found out recently that women only shampoo once a week anyways, better for their hair. Yep, a lot of women do that. They'll not even wash their hair, except like once a week, because it's better for their hair. I've heard that. A lot of women are on that game, so... All I know is my wife went from like 10 bottles of shit to 2, so win, I guess. I mean, I suppose. But I'm surprised how many married men we have in here, by the way. Congratulations all. At least I hope it's a congratulatory thing, but it should be. Likes Kanye. So I'm assuming this means that, like, most people are going to be like, oh, this is a political one. Oh, if she likes Kanye, she's anti-Semitic. Like, no. Like, anti-Semitic, whatever. Probably a green flag, if we're being honest. No, I mean, like, whatever. It really, that falls into I don't care, to be honest with you. But likes Kanye for just musical reasons is, like, right up there with, like, maybe a deal breaker. Am I crazy? Or if, like, I'm trying to think, like if I was, like, on a dating app, right? I'm on Catholic Match. Ave Maria Singles or something. You know what I mean? And I see, likes Kanye. I don't know if I'm reaching out to that woman. And doesn't that mean, by definition, it's a deal breaker? I feel like I should put it into we need to talk about this, or not great, but I can live with it. Kanye has some good music. He does have some good music, though. You're right. But does she like it in general, or some song? Let's be clear. Kids See Ghosts, amazing album. Actually, amazing album. Love it. Some hits on there. But, you know what? I've convinced myself otherwise, maybe. I think maybe I don't care. Does she needs more information? Does she like Kids See Ghosts? I respect that. A lot. They say he made Graduation, but TBH, I don't even know what Graduation is. I don't know if that's a joke or you're literally just... I've never listened to Graduation. I've never listened to most Kanye West music, to be honest with you. But Kids See Ghosts is great. Business major / fan. I mean, the problem with this one is my wife at one point was a business major. So she was actually a theater major, and then someone convinced her, like her parents convinced her to do business because it was more reasonable. So I can't really rag on that one too much. You know what I mean? She dropped out though. So, but no, for real, I think business major is just what you do when you don't know what else you want to do. I don't think it really means anything one way or another. So, yeah, you can call me a bit of a business enthusiast. I'm a bit of a business fan myself. I think actually, you know what? Honestly, I think I am a little bit of a business enthusiast. But that does seem so funny. Business fan. I'm a business fan. Instead of like cheering for a sports teams, every morning you wake up and look at the stock market and cheer. Yes! Yes, do it. Go up, yeah. Bad at giving compliments. I don't really care. Now, if she doesn't see anything complimentary about you, deal breaker. But if she's just bad at giving compliments, that could be a shy thing. That could be a lot of things. Doesn't have a bed frame. Green flag, my man. Green flag. Me and my wife sleep on the floor. We still don't have a bed. I can't believe that's on here. That's probably for the women. You know what I mean? This is probably to talk about men for the women. But doesn't have a bed frame. We sleep on a mattress on the floor, but it's not like a big mattress like you might expect. It's like a thin Japanese futon style mattress, right? So, no, this is a green flag. That's what I'm talking about. That's hippie. That's the hippie side of the hippie redneck continuum that you want to be in that perfect center point of, right? What's wrong with the bed frame? There's nothing. Did I say there's something wrong with the bed frame? I'm not saying that having a bed frame is a red flag. I'm saying that not having a bed frame is a green flag. Different. You see what I'm saying? They're different things. Someone who doesn't have a bed frame is a weirdo. But they're a weirdo. They're like a health weirdo. They're like, they want to be grounded. They want to make sure their back is better. Or maybe there's some like weird like penitential thing behind it. I don't know. But whatever the case, that's typically going to be a green flag for me. Someone who has a bed frame, they're just the average person. I mean, I can't call that a red flag. So to be clear, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a bed frame in this term. But I will say that in general, sleeping on like a thin mattress on the ground or just the ground in general, it's better for your back. And and honestly, I think once you try it, it's hard to go back. I mean, I love it. So yeah, it's health benefits. Doesn't that bed frame mean she doesn't really care? It's borderline with bad hygiene. No, dude, I don't think so. I don't think there are women out there who don't have a bed frame for anything but health reasons. I could be wrong. If we're talking for just like laziness reasons, this would be somewhere else. But I'm talking health. I don't think you're right. It says I love you within the first month. I think needs more information. A month is not as crazy as first week. But it's a little... You know what I mean? How many heart-to-heart conversations have you had in that month? It might not be that bad. I think we need more information. Would be funny if strict parents would take away your bed frame when you acted up. You're grounded for a week. You're grounded. Overshares to family. Honestly, need more information. Because it is smart of her to run you by her family if her family is good. Right? If her family's bad and there's some manipulation sort of stuff going on, this is bad. But in general, if we're talking about like she talks about you with her family and shares a lot of that information because she wants her family to give like a second opinion on you, that's a huge green flag. She's taking it super seriously. And she's, you know what I mean? Like that's good. That's what you should do. A month. That's at least 4 dates. And if there are 4 fantastic dates, yeah, I can see it. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. We're on the same wavelength with that one. Wants their own personal space bubble. Before or after marriage. I'm going to assume this is before marriage, in which case this is a kind of a I don't care one. Right? But if it's after marriage, this is a huge problem. I gotta have children, all right? Like, this is how this works. Like, you can't, you know what I mean? There's no, the bubble boy, bubble girl thing doesn't really work here. But if it's before marriage, then, I mean, they're just taking the whole chastity thing very seriously. I don't think that's a problem at all. I mean, it is a little weird with, like, not even any hand-holding or anything, that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I don't think it's really a problem. So, I'm probably putting it here. Wants to use your phone / know your passwords. This is always a weird one for me. So, while you're dating, I think that's just kind of strange, probably. But I know a lot of people who, like, complain about that in their marriage. I don't know them personally, but people talk about that, like, it's like an invasion of privacy that your wife tries to, like, get into your phone, or the husband snoops into the wife's phone. I don't understand that at all. Me and my wife both know the passwords to each other's phone, and if one of our phones is closer than the other, we'll just grab the other person's phone and use that to look something up or to call somebody. For a while, her phone broke, and we were so poor we couldn't afford another phone, so we both shared the same cell phone for a while. I don't understand what people's problem with this is. Like, I really don't. We literally were just using the same phone. Like, what am I doing on my phone that I don't want her to see? That's the problem. Do you know what I mean? So, I think I'm going to put this on I don't really care. During marriage or a serious relationship or something, I don't think this matters at all. And then, before, if it's very early in a dating, this might just be kind of weird. Just kind of like, why? You know what I mean? But doesn't ask follow-up questions. When you talk about this, that's somebody who probably, they're just not really paying attention to you and maybe don't actually care that much about what you're saying, right? It's not a deal breaker because I don't know. It's just a sign of something, but I would say it's a bit of a red flag, right? Always late. It almost falls under objectively bad, but I like this. You know what I mean? Your wife, you don't want them to use your phone because they might see that you're coffers on gotcha game. Coffers? I don't even know I know what coffers mean, but you are coffers on gotcha game? What? I assume you mean you spent all your money on gotcha games. Always late, I feel like it might be the only one I put in this category. You're spending the family coffers. There you go. Okay. Where, like, always late is obviously annoying. And it's, like, objectively bad. But at the same time, I don't care that much. Well, if she's not taking you seriously, is that what it is? I don't know. I don't know I need more information. She's always late to what? Everything? That goes into not great, I can live with it, I think. I think that goes into not great, but I can live with it. It's not that big of a deal, I think, honestly. You can get used to that, I think. Naps every day. It's a green flag. It's a green flag. Unless she's depressed. Need more information. There's two types of nappers, all right? Two types of nappers in this world. One, health conscious, all right? No, three types. Sorry, I take this back. Three types of nappers. One, the health conscious. They do it for health benefits. They know sleep is important. The second kind, siesta maxers. Bless them. And the third kind, they're depressed, so they just sleep all the time. It's a real symptom of depression, you know. So I think needs more information. But if they're just siesta maxing, I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with that at all. I'd say it's perfectly fine. I'm not saying it's a green flag. I don't think she's going to be like a better mom for napping. But she's definitely not going to be a worse one. Unless she's very depressed. So it needs more information. Oh my. That is so many still left. We're in it now. Okay, we're in it. Okay, we're in it. Ask for your date and time of birth. What? Huh? This is weird. Let's separate these, first of all. Ask for your date of birth. Yeah? Like, so she can get you a birthday present? Or, like, you know, celebrate your birthday? Like, what is wrong with that? But then ask for time of birth? I don't know. Like, what? I don't know. Time of birth is a weird astronomy thing. You mean astrology? Okay, all right. Well, I think that falls into we need to talk about this then. That's up there with horoscope, right? That's got to be up there with horoscope. Just the time part. The date is obviously like just normal. But I'm going to assume this is a horoscope thing. Okay. Rude to wait staff. This is actually very interesting. All right? This is actually a very interesting one. So you might think that this would be somewhere negative, right? But it actually depends on the situation. You need more information. Because if she is rude to wait staff for no reason, then that's like a deal breaker. All right? That's like, if she can't even hold it together up in public, how mean is she going to be to you? All right? Like, that's probably really bad. But on the other hand, if she's rude to wait staff and it's like the classic autistic man, mommy, girlfriend, like chicken nugget story, do you know you know exactly what I'm talking about. where it's like, he said no onions. You know what I mean? That kind of goes a little further to the bottom of this list, all right? That's actually not necessarily a bad thing. If your girl is like beating up the waitress, getting into a cat fight because they did not give you what you ordered, then it kind of gets closer. At the very least, that's like objectively bad, but I like this. And it might actually be green. But you need more information, because if she's just rude for no reason, it's obviously like at least in these top 3 here. Is there any time to be rude? Just go to a different restaurant. Fair. But in the situation I talked about, it might fall into, like I said, not great, but I can live with it, or objectively bad, but I like it. In fact, I would probably put it into objectively bad, but I like it, if we are talking about that situation that I outlined, right? That's objectively bad, but I like it. But in any other situation, it's just bad. So I'm going to say needs more information. Needs regular attention. What, like any human being? I don't care. What do you think? Needs regular attention. Have you met women before? Have you met most people before? Yeah. Okay. All right. Whatever. Can't take a compliment. I don't care. Could be a shyness thing. Needs more information. Could be a shyness thing. Could be a low self-esteem thing. Not enough information. Doesn't get your references. Doesn't matter at all. At all. This is more important to touch on than you think. If you give two shits about whether or not the woman you're talking to gets your like pop culture references, you are insane. It doesn't matter at all, okay? Like, my wife, before I met her, had basically never played video games in her life. All right? I, on the other hand, have played a lot of video games in my life. It doesn't matter. Because, first of all, if you, like, love each other, and one of you likes video games or something, or likes movies that the references are from or whatever, then you'll just watch them together, and that's like a super fun experience. I played the beginning of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door with her to show her like what video games were like, and it was a blast playing it with her. Now, she doesn't know how to play a video game to where like she had trouble jumping into the pipe every time because the 3D perception just didn't click with her mind. But it was fun. Do you know what I mean? But like, it doesn't matter. Like, it does not matter that they've seen the same movies, played the same games, like all that. It's like, how about has the same beliefs? You know what I mean? Has the same values, wants the same things out of life. That's what you should be caring about. Not like, yo, does she like Undertale? You know what I mean? Like, come on. Did you talk to your wife today, Yeoman? Have you given her daily attention? Yeah. A Thousand Year Door, platinum taste in first video game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. So, and I thought, you know what? This would be a great first video game. The only other video game she's played is the Snufkin video game that came out recently, which is very basic, but kind of perfect for like a first video game. So, or a second video game or whatever. Plays Battle Royale games. Kind of crazy. That's a not great, but I can live with it, I think. That's just kind of... I mean, it's fine. I don't know. I don't know. Gaming. Women gaming. You know what? I have to be careful not just to make this list into the things at the bottom are things that my wife falls into, and the things at the top are the opposite of my wife. You know what I mean? Like, I need to be a little objective here. Because part of me is just like, well, my wife doesn't play games, so this is a deal break. You know what I mean? I think it's I don't care, to be honest with you. What if she buys the battle pass? That gets a little closer to the top here. And by the top, I mean the bad things up here. But plays Battle Royale games. I think it's... I think it's not... I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. Red flag, it's not my wife. Green flag is my wife. Well, when you're married, that's a very fair list. You know what I mean? That's a very fair list. I think I don't care. Whatever. Ask where you are / what you're doing regularly. Okay, how regularly? Okay, I needs more information. Every 5 minutes, she needs to chill out. All right, once a day, normal. I think that's fairly normal. Is because you're not living together at that point. So like, yeah, I think it's fine. Doesn't want to meet your friends. Weird. We need to talk. Weird. What? Who would possibly be in that situation? That's somebody who's just not taking the. I think that's a deal breaker. Actually, that's like a night stand sort of thing. No, we're not serious. I don't need to meet your friends. The only thing worse than that would be like, don't want to meet your parents. You know what I mean? If you have good relations with your parents. Yeah. I mean, if they don't like your friends, and then it turns out, like there's different ways that could go, but doesn't want to meet them at all. It's kind of a deal breaker. That's kind of, I mean, it just makes it seem like she doesn't think it's a long-lasting thing. I don't need to introduce myself to your friends, Economics fan. Yo, I love economics. Different than business, though. I don't care. What? Huh? Economics fan? Has anyone here met a woman who was an economics fan? Economics fan. I'm trying to even picture what that looks like, an economics fan. I think I might need more information. What? It's the weirdest phrasing. That's what I'm saying. She cares about the state of the economy. I think I need more information. Bitches love when the new tax code hits that Laffer curve just right. Laffer curve. I know what a guy who's an economics fan looks like. I do too. But a woman who's an economics fan? I don't even know, dude. I'm into I need more information. Uses pet names regularly. What counts as a pet name? I call my wife Babe all the time. Is that a pet name? We don't have, like, I think you have to go further than that for a pet name, right? I think it's fine. I think I don't care about that one. I think that's fine. I think that counts. Okay, well then I think it's fine. Forgetful. That might be my first objectively bad, but I kind of like it. But I think actually more accurate is it's not great, but I can live with it. You got to be ready for that one. All right? You got to be ready for forgetful. All right? There can only be one forgetful of the two of you. In my relationship with my wife, that's me. She remembers shit, and she reminds me of things so that I don't forget them. But if we were both forgetful, like for me personally, this would be a deal breaker because we can't both be forgetful. But if you remember things very well, that's fine. And to be clear, I have a really good memory, but like a lot of mundane stuff, I don't remember. You know what I mean? I remember worthless facts or like perfect picture images of what a room looks like in my mind. But like remembering to go do something that I planned for Sunday, like, needed to get done an errand after mass, I don't remember that. So, how forgetful? The house is on fire and I forgot the kids? Or I forgot the car keys? I'm assuming it's not that bad. I'm going to say this is not great, but I can live with it. I'm assuming normal forgetful, right? Wants you to pay for everything. Wants you to pay for everything? I mean, green flag. What do you think a stay-at-home wife is, my man? Kind of a green flag, honestly. Like, this only gets more green if you add the word forever at the end of it. Do you know what I mean? I actually see this as good. It depends on the context of what you're talking about, but I see this as actually a green flag. She's ready to be a stay-at-home mom. She doesn't want to like build her own way, be a businesswoman, like you go girl, sort of business bitch. You know what I mean? Economics fan. Overshares to social media. We need to talk about this. That should be clear. We need to talk about this. Solvable, but we need to talk about this. All right. Your friends don't like them. Need more information. Are my friends wrong, or is she wrong, or what's going on here? That's like, actually, I think that would fall into we need to talk about this. But the friends and her. Do you know what I mean? But that you don't want to just let that sit, because your friends are a layer of defense between you and a bad choice. You know what I mean? So you can't just let that slide. Won't let you use their phone. We need to talk about this. That almost deal breaker level for me, but we need to talk about this. Why? What's up? When you're rich enough, your wife starts up a small business that loses about 10K a month. Are you referring to something in particular? Ask too many follow-up questions. I don't care. That's not even no. That's actually a green flag. Too many. Well, because you use the word too many, it has to be negative because you use the word too many, and because you didn't just say a lot. But I'm gonna say I don't care. Is a good liar. Is a good liar. How would you even find that out? You're playing like Secret Hitler or something? Like, how would you even find that out? It doesn't matter that she's a good liar if she doesn't lie. Do you know what I mean? I think I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a good liar. I am a really good liar, but I try to be an honest person. Do you know what I mean? Like, she can't be that good if you know she's a good liar. Well, like, a lot of people I know that I'm a good liar because I've, like, played Secret Hitler or one of those kind of games with them and absolutely fucking bamboozled them. In fact, I'm amazed that I never tried to get into the whole, like, Among Us thing when it was popular. I've never played the game in my life. I bet I would kill. Because I am a liar supreme, dude. I remember playing it with somebody who was, like, a friend of ours. We played Secret Hitler. It was, like basically, like, 3 couples. We were all playing Secret Hitler, right? And when I was done and it turned out I was a fascist the whole time and I win and, like, I tricked everyone and I got her to believe that I was totally on her side, at the end she gave me this look. There's just this look on her face like she would never trust me ever again. She like she had just realized that someone can lie that well. It, like, completely shook her worldview. You could just see it on her face. And so, like, I'm a really good liar, but I don't lie. Like, the only time that comes up is, like, in a game. You know what I mean? Is it sinful to lie in Among Us? No, because it's a game. Disney adult. We need to talk about this. There's different layers of Disney adult, right? There are adults who just like Disney. Fine, right? Okay, that's perfectly acceptable. But are you talking they buy all the merchandise and they go every year and, like, every vacation has to be at a Disney hotel and, like, all this? That's bad. That's just about a deal breaker for me. I can't spend that much money on Disney. That, you know what I mean? Even if I'm rich, I just don't want to. I couldn't put up with it myself. That's how we need to talk about this. Disney adults are strange creatures, all right? And again, I'm not just talking about adults who like Disney. It's not the same thing. If you know, you know. I don't know if anyone saw this. There was this, like, post going around. People were, like, posting on, like, X and stuff, but it was from Reddit originally, I think. And it was some guy who, like, was saying that his wife is a Disney adult. They've gone to Disney World for every single vacation they've had as a couple, and they don't have kids. And one year the guy says, hey, I'd kind of like to, like, he never had a problem with it, but he's like, you know, I'd kind of like to go somewhere different. And the wife is just like, what? Why? And just, like, really, like, offended and, like, hurt and, like, worried. And he's like, well, I just, you know, we go to Disney, like, every year. I'd just like to try and go somewhere else, you know? And she's like, and he said that she gave him, like, the silent treatment and she was really upset for a while or something like that. And then later she's like, okay, let's go to Hawaii. And he's like, awesome. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right. Yeah, let's go to Hawaii. And then he finds out that she's booked them for, like, the Disney resort in Hawaii. And then he's like, so now he's posting this online. He's like, do I have a problem on my hands? And that's what I'm talking about when I say Disney adult. You know what I mean? I'm talking that level, okay? So that goes into we need to talk about this. And it's probably a deal. It might just be a flat out deal breaker. But it's certainly a we need to talk about this and figure out, we need to talk about this to figure out what level of Disney adult we're dealing with. Use tarot cards to make key decisions. Actual deal breaker. Witchcraft. Suffer not a witch to live. That's not just a deal breaker, that's a life breaker. You should. I will say no more because you shouldn't actually. You should not murder someone, but suffer not a witch to live. Certainly, suffer not a witch to be your wife. Okay. Deal breaker. Absolutely, 100%. Bad tipper. Okay. Wait. I wanna add an asterisk to this. I know that I did mention before that some of the like horoscope things fall into we need to talk about this, right? Tarot card is you moved bad at cooking into we need to talk about this. Oh. Where was it before? It was I don't care, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it's I don't care. Or it was in not great but I can live with it. I think it's not great but I can live with it. Whatever. It's one of the, either way is basically the same. I mean, with cooking at least, because you can just learn. But the tarot cards, it's pretty similar to the horoscope. I could see a certain situation where you could convert her away from that sort of thing, and you're going after that kind of hippie, new age sort of woman. I kind of get it, but it's on the edge. Isn't murder unjustified killing? So technically it wouldn't be. There's probably not the sort of thing to speak about on Twitch. Well, that's the case no matter what. Yeah, for sure. But no, no, you shouldn't murder a woman because she's practicing witchcraft, all right? Unless she's like, well, no, I won't even see unless. Like, just think of the ramifications of what you're going to do. At the very least, for that reason, please don't murder someone. Like, let's be clear. But, you know, if we were in a society that recognized witchcraft as something that could do harm to you, then it would make sense in like a self-defense case, I suppose. Bad tipper. My wife is a bad tipper. This is a I don't care. She didn't understand. Her parents are like stingy, and she doesn't understand what a good tip and a bad tip is. I've been helping her with that, but I don't really care. Needs regular reassurance, like all women. Goes to the gym often. Interesting one. Interesting. Needs more information. What does she do at the gym? You know what I mean. What does she wear to the gym? Important distinctions. But a lot of times would be a green flag. Quotes Vines/TikToks. Don't care. Plays MMORPGs. We need to talk about this. Potential addict. And if she is an addict, deal breaker. Of course. Like, obviously. She goes with me, of course. Well, then that's great. You know what I mean? That's great. But we need more information. Talks about sex life with friends. She's having sex? Let's just move this up. That's obviously a deal breaker. It's like, come on. I mean, that's such an obvious deal breaker. Really wants to meet your friends. Green flag. Always wears a hat or a beanie. What are you talking about? I don't care. Never uses pet names. Doesn't matter. Sends you poems. Her poems are probably objectively bad, but I like that. That's kind of cute, I guess. Always asks to split the bill. Kind of falls into not great, but I can live with it. Obviously, that would change as you got further into the relationship, because like if you're the... It's a little iffy. I might have a conversation about it. I would insist. I would not let this happen. Do you know what I mean? I would just be like, no, I'm paying for it. Like, do you know what I mean? And then she would stop asking. So I don't really know about this one, but I would say it's not great, but like whatever. You can that'll be a pretty short-lived section of yeah. She talks about, but she's not going to have any as far as sex life. So every month she goes to her friends and says, sex update, no news. That concludes the sex update. Yeah, but like, then why have the updates? That implies that all her friends are having sex. And if that's the case, still a red flag, right? Like still a pretty bad red flag. Slow texter. What are you? Some of these are so petty. I don't care. Your family doesn't like them. More information needed. Who's wrong, her or my family? I don't know. In my case, it would hurt. In my case specifically, if my meth head family doesn't like her, my abusive family doesn't like her, it's a huge green flag. You know what I mean? So needs more information. Loves bombing? What is bomb? What? Does that mean something else? Loves bombing? Are you marrying Hillary Clinton? She's trying to get me to bomb the Balkans? What are you talking about? Is bombing mean something else? I need more information. Oh, love bombing. Oh, one word. Love bombing. Oh, deal breaker, deal breaker. Cult technique, deal breaker. Oh, I thought 2 words. Love bombing. 1 word. Love bombing. There should be a dash between it, probably. I see. Says everything is fine. What does that even mean? In what context? Is everything fine? Then she's just being accurate. What does that even mean? Thinks they're better than everyone else. I need more information. Is she? Maybe she is. Maybe she is. Somebody has to be better than everyone else, right? Just factually. And if she is better than everyone else, I probably want to marry her. I think my wife probably is better than everyone else. You know what I mean? I think she was a better choice for a mother to my children than any other woman I'd ever met and that I was likely to ever meet. So that's a green flag at that point. I think I need more information. If she has a correct assessment of herself, this is a green flag. Love bombing falls under history fan. Maybe. Loves bombing, green flag. Love bombing, red flag. Tumblr user. More information needed. Apparently there are types of Tumblr accounts that are not just what like trans and like eating disorders. You know what I mean? But I don't know of them, so I need more information there. Dislikes your favorite band. I don't really care. That's fine. She doesn't like what is my favorite band? Everything. She likes everything though. Everything is probably my favorite band. It's like everything they come out with is a hit. Is a banger, right? They have so few songs that are not just like absolute bangers. I mean, also high up there is Proto Men. Sometimes, depending on what day you ask me, I might say that they're my favorite band. And me and my wife literally went to a Proto Man concert together, a few years when we were dating. So when we were engaged. So I don't have this problem, but I don't think it matters that much. Do you know what I mean? As long as she gives it a chance, you know what I mean? She knows that you like it, and she gives it Oingo Boingo. Oingo Boingo, pretty good, dude. Has no close friends. You know what? Honestly, I don't really care. I know that sounds weird, but like that doesn't really affect my decision one way or the other. Unemployed. Actually a green flag. Now that doesn't mean being employed is a red flag. But being unemployed, or is it I don't care? I think it might just fall under I don't care. There's a lot of things I don't care about. I think unemployed, I mean, to be clear, my wife now is unemployed, right? And she will be for the rest of her life, more than likely, you know what I mean? Unless she's like working on my farm, technically, you know what I mean? But I'm not marrying some wage cuck, you know what I mean? I'd say I don't care about that one. Doesn't exercise, need more information. Some women can keep a pretty good figure without exercising, and it depends on what you mean by not exercising, right? Do you mean she literally... We need to talk about this. Do you mean she literally doesn't do any physical things whatsoever? Or do you mean she, like, will play volleyball with friends or something, but doesn't consider that exercise because it's not, like, in a gym? Do you know what I mean? More information. More information needed. Quotes The Office/Friends. I don't care. It's fine. Has multiple stuffed animals. I don't care. So many are going to go and I don't care. Talks about sex life with family. Excuse me? Red flag because she's having sex, and then the family part is just, I'm not even going to go there. All right? Mommy issues. Well, I mean, what do you mean mommy issues? We have to talk about this. Like, there's so many things that could mean. Won't admit when they're wrong. Okay. Easy. That is deal breaker. Obviously. Right? Obviously. Keeps secrets. From who? From me? We need to talk about this. Make sure I understand exactly what they mean by that. From other people or from me? From other people, sure. From me, how serious are we in the relationship at this point? You know what I mean? That could be a deal breaker, depending on the secrets and depending on what you mean by that. It's kind of high up there, you know. I don't know where exactly, but you know. Doesn't clip their nails. What? Ever? Like what? She's like trying to get the world record? Gross. It's just gross. I mean, it's just weird. That's just weird. She has those big, long, curly nails that are like feet long. Like, I just weird. What? Huh? Deal breaker. That's weird. Different political beliefs. More information needed. How can you talk about her keeping secrets? She sort of doesn't talk about them by definition. Good point. Well, but if you know that she's keeping secrets, it must have come up. You see what I'm saying? Like it must have come up. You must have found out. Maybe it means she bites her nails so doesn't clip nails. Maybe. But the different political beliefs needs more information. All right? Where are we talking? Because do we have the same values but different political beliefs? That's fine. That's fine. She believes in traditional values, and she thinks the best way of having a good traditional world, community, is to have a king, right? And maybe her, the guy she's dating thinks that it should be fucking a theocracy. Or what, you know what I mean? Like, who cares? I don't care, whatever. But it depends, right? This is we need to talk about it. Because a lot of political beliefs nowadays get into, like, abortion and, like, serious topics that, like, is going to be a deal breaker. So I guess you need to talk about that. Gossips regularly. We need to talk about it. It's a bad habit. It's not a deal breaker, but it's a pretty bad habit. It's depends on what level of gossip and a lot of things, but I'd say you need to talk about that. You don't like her friends. I don't care. Gaslighting. Instant. I'm just moving it up. Instant deal breaker. Obviously. Okay? Obviously. Obvious deal breaker. Wants to do everything together. Actually kind of a green flag. Do you know what I mean? Like, she wants to spend time with you. Green flag. I don't understand. I understand that someone's going to say, oh, she's clingy. She's like, whatever, dude. Green flag. It's fine. Like she... Yeah. No, there's not a problem with that. Like, there's a difference between wanting to and, like, forces you to do it or something. But, like, no, I don't see that a problem whatsoever. We're getting close, by the way. Likes Limp Bizkit? Objectively bad, but I like this. I actually don't even I don't know, have I ever listened to Limp Bizkit in my life? I don't think I have. All right. I really don't think I have. No filter. Actually kind of a green flag? I don't know. I think that might be objectively bad, but I like this. And the reason I say objectively bad is, to me, having no filter is amazingly good. To other people, it could cause a lot of problems, but I still would kind of like it. It's still way better than, like, not being upfront with you about stuff. So I would take this far over the opposite. So I think it kind of goes under, like, objectively bad, just because of, like, the ramifications in the outside world. But, like, I kind of would like it. Redditor. I can't even imagine, dude. I can't even imagine. I think if I'm sorry, Redditors. I think it's a deal breaker. Someone who calls themselves a Redditor? I can't even imagine. I understand using Reddit. Do you know what I mean? There are certain subreddits that are useful. There are certain that are better than others or whatever. But, like, you're a Redditor? I just don't think I could deal with that, you know? Women are on Reddit? That's the other thing. I don't think you're a woman. You think their favorite band is bad. I don't care. Makes racist jokes. No more needs to be said. Never left their hometown. I actually think that's a green flag. I think that's not bad at all. Or at least I don't care. I think it's a green flag. Here's the thing. When do women sleep around the most? While traveling. What can I assume about a woman who doesn't travel? A lot better chance of her being a chaste woman. You know what I mean? Did you ever see that post that was like, I've discovered that my wife trolls people on r/plants? Okay, well, that sounds funny. Okay, that sounds like a woman with a sense of humor, and I wouldn't call her a Redditor. I don't think the phrase Redditor applies to that person. You know? Has no prior relationship experience. I don't care. Someone has to be the first, right? Like, how could that be a red flag? Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's just timing. If you're both in high school or something, like, what am I? You've never been in a relationship before? Like, you know what I mean? I think that maybe more information, but I think I don't care. Not sexually attracted to you. I think it's really funny if I say that it's objectively bad, but I like this. But no. No, that's bad. No, that at the very least is we need to talk about this. Because, hey, we have to have kids, you know? It's close to a deal breaker. It's basically a deal breaker. I think it's probably a deal breaker. I think it's a deal breaker. How is the relation? You're not having sex before marriage, obviously, but like if she's not attracted to you at all, women get attracted on a different level. Do you know what I mean? I need to not think about this from a man's point of view. From a woman's point of view, it's such a deal breaker. Because like if I don't find a woman attractive, men can settle. Okay? Now my wife is very attractive, but like men can settle. And I know that sounds crazy because the society tries to tell you that men are pigs, but it's different, okay? A man cares about looks, but a righteous man will settle on looks, and he'll take a woman who's a 5 or something because she's kind of cute in a certain way, and he can work with that. Do you know what I mean? A woman, though, needs to be attracted to the guy. But with a woman, it's not strictly physical, right? It has a lot to do with confidence. It has a lot to do with what they've accomplished. It has a lot to do with just their personality and like how they, what sort of aura almost exudes from them. And so if she's not sexually attracted to you, she just doesn't like you. Do you know what I mean? Like she doesn't, there's no way she's going to be a good fit to marry you because she does not like your whole personage. Do you know what I mean? Aura. I don't mean like literal aura. I just mean like the whole, like, women get attracted to a man on like on a very holistic level, right? Like if I don't find a woman attractive, I might still think that she's very intelligent, that she's funny, that she's, very accomplished, that like I really respect her. But if a woman doesn't find a man attractive that she's dating, right, then then there's no way almost any of those things are true. Do you know what I mean? There's exceptions. Like okay, if, there are lots of women who might have like an orbiter who they find funny, but they're not attracted to. Okay. But what I mean is just that, like, if she doesn't find you attractive at all and yet she's dating you, what is going on? Because that's more of an indictment of your entire person. Whereas for a man to not find a woman attractive, that's just an indictment of how she looks. You see what I mean? Women are very, very vibesy in that vague, unexplainable, yet certain way. Not that men can't be that way. Yeah, you've got it exactly right. You understand. We've got a woman understander in the chat. He's either married or he's a man of high intellect. All right? We've got a woman understander, or he's a woman, but I don't think so. But yes, exactly. Women do operate on vibes with sort of attraction. So I think it actually goes in deal breaker. If she's not sexually attracted to you, I don't think she is ever good. I don't think it's ever going to work. Like she has something fundamentally like that doesn't click with you, So takes photos all the time. And then back to like I don't care. Like whatever. Makes jokes at serious moments. Actually, I don't care. I'm not going to say it's a green flag. It's not. No, I don't care. Daddy issues. Let me go up. We need to talk about this. Right next to mommy issues. What do we mean by this? Potentially could be fixable, could not be, but needs to be addressed. very intuition oriented. Yeah, women. I respect them for it. Honestly. Apologizes too much. Too much. Apologizes too much. Well, the warlord blood running through my veins would like to say objectively bad, but I like this. Yeah. Yeah. But no, I mean, really, I think that's going to be one of those, like... I think I need more information. No, you use the word too much, so I think it's what we need to talk about this. That gets back to a self-esteem thing. If we're talking too much, like literally too much. Yeah, like even when they're not wrong. I'm thinking that's we need to talk about this. Not a deal breaker. But, like, it's a low level, we need to talk about this. Figure out what's too much according to whom. I guess me, right? I am the judge. Even for your wife, I'm the judge. No, but I'm assuming it's just from your perspective. And so, yeah, and that might be a sign of, like, a low self-esteem sort of thing. Can't put their shopping cart back. Doesn't put their doesn't put their shopping cart back. That is a real one. I have to ponder that. What kind of woman doesn't put her shopping cart back? That's a woman who doesn't care about the fabric of society. That's a broken woman. I think, I know it sounds extreme, but that's broken. That's broken, dude. That's a problem. That is so, like, anti-feminine. You know what I mean? Like, it could be just laziness. Maybe. But I think it goes further. I think that's a deal breaker. I think she's been hurt, and I think she needs to sort herself out before we ever talk about dating. You know what I mean? That is a deal breaker. I'm sorry to say. Stalks you on social media. What do you mean stalks me? Don't get any ideas, stalker, if you're watching. I had a stalker. That's a deal breaker. Stalker, get out of here. Leave. I don't want you. I'm married. You put that in here, I bet. Different religious beliefs. Deal breaker. What do you... I mean, it might be a high level we need to talk about this, okay? Kind of like the horoscope thing, but the horoscope thing, she could be a Christian woman and she's just a little led astray, right? Different religious beliefs, it's basically just a deal breaker, right? Could you convert her? Yes, you absolutely could. Does it work for some people? Yes, it does. But, I don't know, my man. If she continues to have those different religious beliefs, then it is a deal breaker, right? Obviously. I'm going to take a drink. What if she takes the card home and welds it onto her nest? What do you mean? Her nest of steel? Shit talks people behind their backs. Shit talks? What do you... we need to talk about it. Where to go? Wait, where to go? Oops. Here. We need to talk about that. As long as it's not me, it might be I can live with it, to be honest with you. But... it's probably gonna get closer to a deal breaker. But it's something we need to talk about. What do you mean? Are the people she's shit-talking shitty? Then I don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? That's just honest. But then we should stop associating with those people. We should not do it behind their backs because we're not actually even anywhere near them anymore. We don't associate with them. Do you see what I'm saying? So, need to talk about. You don't like their family. Need more information. Does she like her family? No common hobbies. I'm going to surprise all the modernists in chat. I don't really care. That will shock certain people. But I would give that advice to people. Common hobbies, don't really care. Okay? Here's why. First of all, values, infinitely more important. I think we can all agree. Right? But second of all, You can find hobbies. All right? You can find new hobbies to do together. As if you both have similar values, if you meld, you mesh well together, and you both actually love and care about the other person, then you and her will both be willing to try out each other's hobbies, and you will find something that you both like. For instance, my wife, she had played board games as a kid. Obviously, everybody does. She liked them, whatever. But she had never played, like, serious, real-ass board games. I, however, love real-ass board games. We'd played them together. She loves them. Now we're playing fucking Feast for Odin and, like, complicated board games like that, and it's great, right? But we did not come into the relationship having that hobby together. Similar, right? I have never, before I met my wife, I never listened to a musical, all right? And now I would not consider musicals to be a hobby of mine, but I do have a respect for some of them, namely Les Miserables. Other than that, there's only some that are okay, I would say. What's the one about the cannibal in London? Not Edward Scissorhands, the other one. You know, Alexander Hamilton. No, the cannibal. They make pies out of people. They made it into a Tim Burton movie. Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd's all right. It's got some good songs. I actually like a couple of the songs. They're just catchy, right? But it's another example, right? I would totally. Me and my wife have actually gone on like dates to like local theater productions of stuff. I never would have done that before. I had a blast, all right? Enjoying the parts that were good, making fun of the parts that weren't good, and it was a blast, all right? But we did not come into this having the same hobbies. If you want the same hobbies as the person you're trying to marry going into it, then you're gay. You're looking for a bro, all right? You're not trying to find a bro, you're trying to find a wife, okay? You can grow into this. I'm joking a little bit, but at the same time, I think there's an element of truth to what I'm saying. That like people like you're men and women are different, right? So if you come in expecting that you're both going to like the same things, then you're expecting a dude. Right? Think about it. If you do have common hobbies, it's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but like to say it's like a deal breaker is crazy. You know, it's like, yeah. Hopefully that gets across. If you're looking for someone who's just like you, then you're looking for a homosexual relationship, right? You're looking for another man. It's just not. Come on. You know, like, there's going to be, my wife loves knitting. I'm never going to be knitting. You know what I mean? There's no common hobby there. You know what I mean? That's good. If I wanted somebody who definitely didn't love to knit, then I would be looking for a dude. As an example. You know what I mean? So I just want to point that out. I think for a lot of people, I would love to see other lists of how people have sorted this. But I bet there are so many people who would put no common hobbies at like the top of deal breaker tier. And I'm telling you, it's just not true. If you actually have similar values and you care about each other, then you will find hobbies, you will share hobbies with each other, and it will be a blast. You know? I'd actually be pretty put off by a girl who also liked to crack up the tape measure and move pewter model soldiers around. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Thank you, my fellow heterosexual. Needs to do everything together. We already had this one. That's like... Oh, wait. Wants to or needs to? Oh, interesting. Wants to, green flag. Needs to... I don't care. Whatever. That's kind of... I mean, there's going to be some practical things that might be hard to do with that, but in general, I think that's fine. Doesn't like swearing, green flag. Weeaboo. Interesting. My wife had never watched anime before we met. So I gotta become objective about this. Weeaboo. Slightly concerning? I don't know. What does she watch? Need more information. What does she watch? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We talking, like, we talking like yaoi? Deal breaker. Are we talking like regular Death Note, Attack on Titan cool shit? Fine. Although a little manly in her taste. Are we talking like Sangatsu no Lion? Sure. I don't know why I said Lion instead of lion. Nihongo de. But yeah, Sangatsu no Lion. Yeah, sure, maybe she just has good taste or something. I don't know. I could never get into Sangatsu no Lion, honestly. It was a little slow for me. I've tried. But you know what I'm saying? It depends. It depends on what she likes. Weeaboo is beyond liking anime, right? Debatable. I don't know. It depends. Does she like Madoka Magica? Kind of a green flag. That's a mix of taste and femininity. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some lesbian undertones that you might want to check out, but I personally don't see Madoka Magica as a lesbian story, fundamentally. But yeah. No, I think beating down the bathroom door, babe, we need to piss together for the needs to do everything. Yeah, there could be some problems with that. Cancels last minute. What, the date? I mean, that's a deal breaker because I won't even go on the date. Like, what are you talking about? Make sexist jokes. Hilarious. Well, need more information. All right. Are they in any way aimed at me? That's bad. And that's not being selfish. It's a relationship. You shouldn't be making fun of, your husband is a man or your boyfriend is a man. So you should in general not be making fun of men. I know this is rich coming from me, but but still, there's a little more information needed there. Calls their exes crazy. Need to talk about it. First of all, having, basically, that might mean that she takes no responsibilities for the breakup of relationships. And she also isn't taking any responsibility for getting into bad relationships, right? I think that's actually, it's almost a deal breaker. I know that sounds crazy, but, it's almost, what she should say is, I was crazy for being with that person. But I have grown as a person since then. Do you know what I mean? But if she's just saying, they're crazy, I was the victim, it's kind of a deal breaker, honestly, to be real about it. Exes plural crazy, that means she never learns. It's not one time and then she fixed it, that means she never learns. Deal breaker. Again, I know, more gasps in the chat, but I think calling exes crazy is a deal breaker. It's real close, at least. It's right on the line. Recently single. What is this? What? What do you mean? I don't understand. What? Why are there timeline questions in here? This is the same as has no prior relationship experience. Well, since you are recently single, it's a red flag. What? Do you just mean that she's dating quickly? It must mean that she's dating quickly after having broke up with someone. But then it depends on what you mean. See, nowadays that would seem like a really bad thing because people have sex before marriage, so they're already at a metaphysical, psychological level married. Your body physiologically, when you have sex with somebody, humans are meant to mate for life. We're albatrosses, man. This is like you have sex with somebody and your body thinks you're married. And so then when you break up with them, they think your wife just died, right? And so then if you are recently single right after that and you're in the dating pool, then yeah, you're your Velcro's starting not to stick anymore. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? The people who know, the Velcro is starting not to stick anymore. But if you're just talking timeline shit, you know what I mean? She dated someone for a few weeks and then had some serious conversations and realized their values didn't line up as much as they thought, then what do I care? I think you need more information. Need more information. invested in politics, need more information. Need a lot more information. Politics are not fundamentally going to save someone's problems, save someone's life, fix someone's problems. I don't believe that at all. Voting does fuck all, dude. So might show a little bit of naivete, but I don't mind that in a woman. You know what I'm saying? But I need more information. If she invested in politics because she wants to get Roe v. Wade overturned, back when that was a thing, God bless her. That's a green flag, you know. So never takes photos. I don't care. Whatever. I'm trying to find a wife, not a photographer. Owns knives. Who does? What are we in the UK? What is this? How else does she cut her meat? What do you mean owns knives? Who doesn't own knives? I live in a free country. I don't live in the United Kingdom. We can own knives. She's not a criminal for owning knives. That's insane. Owns knives. Yeah. Every single person I've ever met owns knives. Has violent urges. I mean, deal breaker. The yandere thing is not for me, my man. I do not need violent urges. That's one of those things where it's like, you need to sort her out. You know something that I want to point out, actually? Do we have any here? Do we have any, like, abuse ones here? Or, like, anything like that? Nope, not that I can see. And some of these could be adjusted slightly with this in mind. But I want to point out, some people have this, like, savior complex view, or like this weird fairness view of dating, all right? Where they think, and I've run into this with people close to me, you know, like guys who are dating, where they think it's not fair to not be with a woman for something that is in some way not outside of her control. So for instance, right? Violent urges. Or like if she's passive aggressive or uses the silent treatment, and that's because of like issues she had with her parents from like trauma or something. Do you know what I mean? Like things that like she could probably fix, but are not her fault originally, because it comes from like past trauma. And they think like, well, it wouldn't be fair not to date her. And it's like, my man, I want to make this clear to everybody. The purpose of dating, if you plan to have kids, if you don't, who cares who you date? Date whoever you want. Ruin your life. You know what I mean? What does it matter? But if you plan to have kids, then your utmost consideration for every single thing you look at when it comes to choosing someone to date and to marry is, will they be a good mother to your children? That is more important than them being a good wife. Now, if they're a bad wife, they won't be a good mother to your children because you'll be unhappy and that's not good, right? But if there was some wacko world where you could have one and not the other, then it would be more important for them to be a good mother to their children. And the reason being is simple. It is because you are choosing to get into that relationship. And so if you choose to get into a relationship with a psychopathic woman, then that is your choice. You make that bed, you lay in it. That's your prerogative, dude. But if you have children with that woman, then they didn't choose that. You brought them into that situation. And so if she is a bad, or not even bad, but just broken person, you are harming your own children who did not choose that. Just so that you can, I don't know, because you're desperate and this is the best you think you could do and you don't want to feel alone, or like, you know, just some insecurity, or you want to feel in control of her and she has some trauma you can exploit, or like, do you see what I'm saying? So like like some people have this idea that they're like, oh, okay, yes, she's a hoarder, but she's a hoarder because her parents abused her as a kid and that's her defense mechanism, so it wouldn't be fair not to date her. No, wrong. It wouldn't be fair to your children to date her. That's the important thing, okay? You're not a charity. I can't believe it has to be said, but I've met people in real life, like family members, who have had this sort of view of relationships. You're not a charity. You are not held to like a fair housing, fair employment act. Nobody's gonna knock on your door and be like, did you not date that woman because she was X? You know what I mean? Like, nobody's gonna like, that's discrimination, sir. Like, no. Like, make the choice that is best for your kids. So, I just want to make that clear with some of these, you know? With like some, you could make the argument that, like, you know what, maybe she receives but never gives because, like, she's just not used to being in a loving relationship before because of her parents, and, you know, and it's like, yeah, that's, I feel for her then. But she needs to sort that out before she gets in a relationship then. She needs to go to therapy. She needs to talk to a priest. She needs to sort that out. So that's not my job. And nor can I do it. You can't fix people, right? You can work with someone to fix something, and that's where a lot of these come in. You can work with someone to fix something, but it's not your job, and it won't work. You can't force anyone to change. If you get in a relationship expecting someone to change, you're an asshole. You know what I mean? You want to get in a relationship with somebody. Once you marry them, you're locked in. And if they stay exactly the same from that point on, you have only yourself to blame if you dislike that, right? So, just want to point that out. I think very important. Thinks Minions are funny. And then from that very serious topic to thinks Minions are funny. Dude, I don't care. I've never seen it. I've never seen the movies. I don't know. So I don't care. Gets mad when their sports team loses. That's so whack, dude. That's, you know what? This is a need more information. The reason why is this. In a very weird roundabout way, that might indicate that she had actually a good relationship with her father, which would be a bit of a green flag. Because otherwise, where does she get the influence of liking about sports teams, right? Obviously, this is one probably for the ladies as well, but I think that's a need more information. Like, this just makes me curious. Raises an eyebrow. A little bit of a trait there. Likes Imagine Dragons. I don't care, dude. Dismissive of your emotions. What? Deal breaker, obviously. Literal deal breaker. Obvious deal breaker, right? Always consider yourself the victim. Deal breaker. You want to live with that? Get out of here. Deal breaker. Distant relationship with family. Need more information. Might be warranted. I have a distant relationship with my family. Best thing I ever did in my life. Wasteful. Wasteful? I need to know more information. Wasteful. What does that even mean? Wasteful. Like she opens a bag of food and she eats half of it and leaves the rest out and it wastes away? I need more information. I don't know what you mean exactly. That could mean a lot of things. Only has a couple friends. Don't care. That's whatever. Wants kids. Obviously a green flag. Why would this even be on the list? Oh my. Okay. Anglophile. I am literally an Anglo-Saxon man. That's good. Where's Anglophile? That's crazy. I don't see any. Why is there no, like, Hispanophile or anything in here? Why is there no Japanophile? I guess there was weeb. Why is it only Japan and England? Anglophile. That's wild. That's wild. Okay. I mean, like, yeah, I hope she's an Anglophile. I'm an Angle. You know what I'm saying? Anglophile means obsessed with British media like Harry Potter, Doctor Who. Well, that's a bit of a not great, but I can live with it, to be honest. But I'm gonna take it I'm taking it as Anglo-Saxon. That's what I'm taking it as. So I'm taking it my way. Brings up their exes regularly. Yo, dude. We either need to talk about that or it's a deal breaker. But, like, why would you bring them up regularly? You bring them up, like, one time to, like, talk through that and figure it out. But then you've moved on, haven't you? No, that's a deal breaker. That's a bit of a deal breaker. It's close. It's close. It's close. We need to talk about this. Depends on the context. Depends on a lot of things. Regularly sounds often. The connotation of regularly makes me think often. Japan is the England of Asia in some ways. True. Nice guy. Yo, we've just done a whole list that clearly was made for women, by the way. We clearly have just done this whole list that was designed by a woman. Because nice guy does not make any gosh darn sense. So I don't care. Watches porn. Obviously a deal breaker. A woman who watches porn is next level degenerate. Men who watch porn are degenerates, obviously, but this is bad. And women watch different kinds of porn. They typically read porn, but it's still a deal breaker. Watches reality TV. I don't care. Some of it's funny, I guess. Doesn't watch the news. Obviously a green flag. Are you crazy? Has visible tattoos. It literally is like the definition of a red flag. It's the definition of, it is literally how people always, for decades, have been able to tell when you should probably not approach that woman. Owns guns. My wife owned guns. I don't see a problem with that. I wouldn't say it's a green flag, but I think I don't care. My wife owns one of those. She brought into the marriage one of those cool German Nazi pistols. You know what I'm talking about? I don't remember what it's called, but she just owned that. one of the Nazi guns, dude. Owns mostly T-shirts. We need to talk about that. You need to dress a little more modestly. You know what I mean? It depends. Well, I need more information. What do you mean by that? I imagine one thing, but it could mean another thing. A Luger, a Walther. I think it was a Walther PPK. Let me see. Let me look that up real quick. Walther PPK. No, not a Walther. Not a Walther. A Luger? I think it was a Luger. Yeah, dude, it's a Luger. That's the one she had. She still has. Yep, a Luger. The P08. 9mm. Yep. Yep, she's got one of those. So, yeah. That's my wife. Watches SNL. I don't care. It's not funny anymore. Makes impulse purchases. Need to discuss that. Need to talk about that, obviously. Dismissive of your opinions. Obviously deal breaker. Some of these are so... Always considers themselves the hero. I need more information. What do you mean the hero? What do you mean? Okay. Close relationship with family. I mean, typically green flag. Typically green flag. Unless the family's bad, but I'm just going to assume that they're not in this case. I'm just going to say typically green flag. Can't drive. Women, dude. Women. You know what I'm saying? Has many friends. Don't care. Has kids! Obvious deal breaker, and the only exception is a widow. Alright? But even then, how old are you? Are you really trying to get involved with a widow? Are you a widow of your own, so to speak? What do you call it when a man is a widow? A widow... A widower? Or is that someone who makes a widow? What is the word for that? Whatever the case, it's a deal breaker for like 90% of the people here. A widower. Yeah, okay, if you're a widower and she's a widow, then like, yeah, sure, okay, fine. But 9 times out of 10, we're talking, I mean, that's a deal breaker. Obvious deal breaker. Biggest deal breaker. Actually probably the biggest deal breaker. Because you just see that and you're not even going to talk to her. Like, obviously. Swiftie. Funny. I honestly don't care that much. More information needed. More information needed. More information. I take it back. Wait a minute. What level are we talking? I read that and I thought Taylor Swift fan. But when you call yourself a Swiftie, that's kind of another level, isn't it? That's kind of another level. That's a Disney adult level. I think you're right. I think that's Disney adult. We need to talk about this. And it's pretty high up there. It's pretty high up there. It's like, we need to talk about this. It might be a deal breaker. Because I don't think her music's that good. I really don't. I think she's got like one good song, and it's Shake It Off, which is a bop. But I can't even think of a... Did she do the one about the... What was the other one she did? Did she do... This might make me look like a boomer, but I'm probably younger than most Swifties, so let's just be clear. Well, okay. Most Swifties that would criticize me. The one about, like, she wears short skirts, I wear sneakers, she's cheer captain, I'm on the bleachers. How does that go? I'm trying to think. What is the name of the song? I was trying to get to the chorus in my mind. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I'm trying. Yeoman's trying to find this, sniff out the Swifties. But anyway, she's made like 2 good songs, I feel like. So like that's a big. We need to talk about that, but not because she likes bad music. That's fine. Do you know what I mean? I put some other bad music down here. It's not a problem. But it's the obsession part that we need to confront that. Still talks their exes. So obviously a deal breaker. What happened to the woman viewer? I think there were at least 2, and they're both not here today. They must just be gamers, and they only care about the game. Cheated in the past. How is that not a deal breaker? Are you crazy? Even them having sex at all is a deal breaker for me. So, I mean, cheating is like next... I mean, that's worse than having kids. That sounds bad. Having kids is great in a marriage. Having great kids is not great for, like, dating. You know what I mean? Unless you're a widow, in which case I sympathize. Doesn't know your birthday or anniversary. How soon? More information needed. She doesn't know it when we meet and we start dating, or what? I don't know. Drinks multiple days a week. We need to talk about this. Could just be like, the system does not allow me to go. Oh, now it is. It was saying that the system was disagreeing with me and saying that Swifty has to be on top there. It depends, but typically that's going to be bad for me. First of all, they're going to get fat. Second of all, that's like an alcoholic potential. We need to talk. I'm not sure. Is that a glass of wine every other day? Whatever. You know what I mean? That's perfectly fine, I guess. I don't drink myself, but like that's probably fine. But women be drinking. Women be drinking. I don't know if you've noticed this, but there be some women out there that be drinking. And they be drinking a lot. And it's worrying. I don't know if I need to elaborate anymore, but boy. Has food allergies. I don't care unless they're allergic to meat. Wants to have sex regularly. I mean, it's a deal breaker unless you're talking about in marriage. Plays dating sims. I don't really care. Kind of funny, actually. Takes forever to get ready. Yeah, aka women. Wants to do stand-up/improv. Kind of crazy, but I don't care. Favorite movie is Fight Club. This was definitely made for women. We're taking a women quiz. We're so close to being done, by the way. Favorite movie is Fight Club. I don't care. That's a wacky choice for a woman. Competes in Smash Bros. Tournament. Not a woman. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Objectively bad, but I like this. That's funny, actually. I do like that. Hard to hold them accountable. Deal breaker, right? Obviously. Plans all your dates. Not great, but I guess I could live with it. Take some pressure off, I guess. Yeah, I could live with it. Has an animated crush. I need more information. I need so much more information. Bad driver. Didn't we already do this one? Can't drive and bad driver are different? I don't care. On the phone when you're talking. On the phone when you're talking. That's a deal breaker. That's an instant deal breaker. Are you kidding me? They can't even give you the respect to have a conversation with you? That's a deal breaker. Doesn't want kids. Deal breaker. Right? Obviously. Wears sweatpants to your dates. We need to talk. And wants no contact with their exes. Green flag. And hates cats. You would think that hates cats would be an easy one to end it on because it's such a jokey, low-stakes one. But the thing is, I don't know. Cats are like the animalistic representation of femininity. For a woman to hate cats, what does that say about the woman? Or is... You know what I mean? What is it? I'm very interested in this one. I think women who hate cats are probably going to tend to be anti-feminine women. Do you know what I mean? Am I crazy for that? Just like in the same way, I think a guy who hates cats is going to be less masculine in a way. almost a little more homosexual. Does that make sense? Cats keep shitting in the house. Good point. Cats keep shitting in the house. Good point. I changed my mind. You're right. You're right. Fair. I don't care. More information needed. She might have been attacked by a cat. She doesn't like that they shit in the house. Honestly, I don't care. Didn't Napoleon hate cats? Case in point. No, I'm joking. All right. Well, we finished. I mean, honestly, that took like 3 hours. Or like 2 hours or something. 2.5 hours. That's crazy. Did we really just talk that whole time? Did we really just do that? That's crazy. Well, hope you all enjoyed. If any of you see any of these things in a woman, let's just quick overview. What should you avoid? A woman who's cheated, who has had kids, duh, only compliments your body, has nothing else positive about you, is 100% pessimistic, has trust issues, overshares to her friends, always wants to go to their place to have sex, ignores your boundaries, gets high multiple times a week, gets angry easily, controlling, low empathy, smokes, receives but never gives, hypocritical, bad hygiene, I don't even need to keep going. These are watches porn, doesn't want kids. I mean, I hope we've established some things here. I hope you all understand. I hope this has been useful. I think this has been hilarious. I'm going to head out before you change to a game or something cool. That's literally what I was about to do. Although it's getting so late that we would play Deus Ex for like an hour. But I think we're going to do that. So welcome. We're playing Deus Ex. Are you ready? I'm changing it over right now. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let us game. You're never going to finish this game. Well, we won't do this next time, okay? We're like, to be clear, we're not going to do another 3-hour tier list next time. And I definitely thought that was going to be like max 1 hour, okay? I did not expect what happened. I think some of you did. But it's fine. We're gonna get some quick Deus Ex in. We're gonna play a bit of Deus Ex. I can hide my VTuber. This has been by far your least popular stream since the return. You voted for this! This is what democracy looks like! That's funny though. Yeah, true. Very true. The guy who switched his vote made a grievous error. I didn't vote for this. Well, sorry. That's what democracy looks like. Now you know to have a king instead. Welcome back to more Deus Ex. You just listened to some guy who pretended to misvote. Well, it also won by another vote on top of that. So, it wasn't just that. But, yeah, let's play some Deus Ex. We're back. Welcome back to Deus Ex. It's very dark here. But, if I remember correctly, we just had like a killer drug trip. But I believe we've done everything in this hotel that there is to do. So, I think it's time to head out and continue on with the game a little bit. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on the time, because starting a game like this late into the stream, I could easily accidentally stream for the rest of time.
I should probably go find her. Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think we're good to head out. Dude, there's so many rats in this hotel, dude. Keep it together. There's so many rats in this hotel. There are so many rats. I have never, I mean, where is this? New York? Is that that's probably accurate. Legit 200 things to rate. Each thing takes a minute plus. You get 3 hours. Yeah, well, that makes perfect sense. But we're on it. You know what I mean? We're gonna do this. We're gonna stream for the rest of the time. We're gonna. Okay, so the shootout already happened. Let me check my goals again, because I remember there's some secondary goals. I know the hotel was one of them. And then we also unlocked the ability to go to that guy who sells weapons, but that's not a secondary goal. I think we will go there next, but I'm just going to look around here. Ammo and a knife. I don't want those. The thing is, I just don't want that. But yeah, we'll just stream for an hour. It's not big deal. I kind of hate that I have to, like, check the terrorist body to see if it's stuff I want, and then, like, get rid of it. Like, for instance, I just got a key there, I think. Which is important, but, like, then I gotta throw away this knife again. And this pistol, I don't. You know what I mean? Mildly annoying. I also have body armor, which I should probably just put on. Ballistic armor. Why would I not use this? Ballistic armor is manufactured from electrically sensitive polymer sheets that intrinsically react by violent impact of a bullet or an explosion by stiffening in response and absorbing the majority of the damage. They must be charged before use. After that, they lose their reflexive properties. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna... You know what I mean? Oh no, I should save this until a different time I get shot. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it just runs out doing nothing? And now I can't turn it off. Is there a way to turn it off? How do I turn... That's so stupid, dude. That is so... I am so stupid. How do... I just wasted it. How do I turn it off? I can't select it. Like, if I press 9 now, just deactivate augmented... No. Well, I didn't know that was going to be the case. That's so shitty. Oh. What is that? Okay, cool. This sucks. Alright, let's stop the stream. I'm done. This sucks. I wasted my armor. Do I have a key for this now? I do. I'm assuming this is the warehouse, right? I kind of feel like I don't want to be here, but now I'm getting points for it. A flamethrower. Delightful, but actually not what I'm looking for. Okay, this is the way to go, which means I'm not going... Oh, I just got turned around. Which means I'm not going here. How are you playing the game? Is this on Steam? I actually have a Good Old Games copy. So, I bought it on Good Old Games literally like 10 years ago or more. More? No, more. More than 10 years ago, I bought this on Good Old Games. And I just downloaded it off Good Old Games again. Good Old Games is pretty cool. So, yes. That is how I'm playing this. It's just a copy on my computer.
Yes. Password? Bloodshot.
Taking a drink. Huh. Last time it's just loaded. But this time there's a conveyor. Right? I don't think this happened last time. I could be wrong. I could be hallucinating. Yeah, no, I actually recommend Good Old Games. Good Old Games is also the reason people are able to pirate many games. I don't know if you're aware of that. But, because Good Old Games copies, you can just, like, send them to people. Let's hack this. I think it's worth it. 2 tools. I clicked inventory, and so, of course, that takes a while. I didn't fix that problem. Can't be okay, well, whatever. I have 8 tools, so I have more, like, I mean, I've got tools to spare. Oh. Yeah, you know, maybe we should reconsider our chatting timeline. Those of you who made it through that, I mean, I think all of us who are still here can agree that that was a fun time. But I'm thinking, oh, yes, okay, good, I got armor back. Maybe we should have played the game and then yapped? Or just yapped for like an hour? Or, I don't know. You know what I mean? You know, part of the conundrum is as well, that non-gaming... Well, you know what it is? You know what one problem would be, potentially? I told everyone I was playing Deus Ex. And then we get onto the stream, and it's so much not Deus Ex. I can understand why someone would be like, screw it, dude. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. This is not it. Okay. Hey.
What do you want? Why the booby traps? Afraid of something?
Yeah.
Just precautions.
Against what?
Government's been having some kind of crackdown all year. People I know,
How you
They
get customers, though?
Is that so?
They have to hack
think
in?
it's a big joke? Lift up a grate in the street. They got my friend Ford Schick in a secret lab next to the sewers.
A lab?
What?
In the sewers? Maybe he was taken hostage by the NSF.
These guys are pros. Definitely government funded.
Interesting. Maybe I'll take a look. But I think you should have a little more regard for the United States government.
If
I
you're
think
serious
you should
about
have a
going
little
down
more
there and
regard
fighting
for the
I'll
US
give you a deal
government.
on some hardware.
Yikes.
Also, you'll need this.
JC, I don't think I
key
can
that can
ever
open
have
sewer manholes.
too little regard for
Tell
the
me
US
about the
government.
hardware.
I have a scope that will fit most handguns and rifles for 2,200 credits. A bioelectric cell for 800, and some light amplification goggles for 3,500.
Too expensive. Maybe I'll try and locate
Too
your friend.
expensive. Maybe I'll try to locate your friend.
Okay. Unlock sewer manholes for nano key ring. Okay. Can I? I'm gonna peep. That man has lizard eyes. I thought he was just coked out. I thought he was just zoinked. Free candy bar. Free ciggies. Yeah, I mean, is he gonna get mad at this? I'm hacking you, idiot. I also appreciate base tapes. Would have preferred you to play the game instead. Okay, Rosie Cross inquiry. The Oracle says, we did his ass and checked with our resources, pulled up Black Project lists from Dead Space Net Ghost, performed intrusion runs on Throne 6G systems, everything. Called in all markers. Best we can say after 8 variable cross-check on all available info is your friend did some under-the-table work in youth. I'm about to log out soon. Very deep, very wet. Few specifics, but we're able to... Okay, chlorine something. Can I just get your password, dude? It's so much nicer than having to hack, and then I have to wait for the hack thing to come back, and then I gotta read it. I wish when I got in, it was just in. You know what I mean? Dude sex, the conspiracy. I don't even know if you could call it the conspiracy. This game is a game of like 8 conspiracies. That's not even true. Like a ton of conspiracies. Like, so far we've already seen like COVID, 9/11, the UN, right? Like there's and they're all interconnected, and nothing's been like super confirmed yet. Just speculation based on some of the characters who are allegedly villains, who I somewhat doubt in a lot of ways. But like, there's many conspiracies going on. So we show 86. Oh wait, involve the chlorine-assisted delivery of weaponized particles. We show an 86% likelihood this work is a contributing factor to his disappearance. I can tell you this much as well: it was not taken by any known national or international security organization. We consider our debt repaid. The Oracle would like to know the last joke you heard. Interesting. I don't know French. Does anyone know French? The limits of the affair. I don't know that. Okay, and then there's another account. We'll give it a second here. I don't know French. Hoping this game has a Tel Aviv level. I don't know, dude. I honestly wouldn't put it past this game. But I honestly also doubt it. It's New York. You know what I mean? Close enough. The lizard people installed micro cameras in my underwear so they can analyze the folds of my butthole and find Jesus' burial spot. I mean, it's like you're joking, but at the same time, this game is like pretty close to that. Like, I feel like I was just talking to Alex Jones in this game a second ago, and he was like correct about whatever he was saying. So I don't know. We talked about Area 51 earlier. Change account, no email. Okay, well, we've read it all. All right. Googling limits of the affair gave me this, which appears to be about Freemasons. So that's not add it to the list. That's literally another conspiracy. First line of the French email said, "Our findings have fallen within acceptable limits." Interesting. Oh, that's me. Oh, that freaked me out. Like a dog seeing his reflection. I just was about to like shoot at that man, non-lethally, because he's attractive, but. Security keypad. I can't carry any more soda? That's a tragedy. I need to heal my leg bones with soda, which does the opposite, I'm pretty sure, actually. But police help a handsome man broke into my house. Wait, cancel that. It's just me. Why does the inventory take so long? There's clearly some sort of overflow or something happening. I'm gonna have to... Somebody had told me before there's some settings I can maybe change to get it to stop doing this. But it looks like I'm just staring at the floor right now, doing nothing. No. Waiting for the inventory to load. Dropping that. Wait. I have space. I just can't have 2 stacks of soda? That's interesting. Okay, well, I'll just drink up. Bottoms up. Yo, I didn't know he actually made an animation for drinking. He looks like he's... It looks like he's feeding me. It looks like... Here you go. Here you go. It's not doing anything. Wait, what? Wait, this animation doesn't do anything? Right-clicking does nothing. Why does this exist? Why is this even a thing I can do, actually? Okay. Alright, well, I healed like 10 health. 20 health. Cool. Pick up another. Security keypad 5 tools. Do we think it's gonna be worth it? That's the question. I feel like maybe. Can I put in a code? Only 3 numbers? We got this. No, I'm joking. Maybe the animation's for co-op. Is there co-op? Book. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Dates. May 13th. 5/13. Come on. 1783. Nah. The Reluctant Dictators. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Introduction. By Travis Crockett. Organized at the end of the American Revolution on May 13, 1783, by General George Washington, the Order of the Cincinnati was ostensibly formed as a fraternity to recognize the accomplishments of those officers who had served with distinguishment during the Revolution. However, the true purpose of the order was the cultivation of a military force ready, willing, and able to accomplish a military coup d'etat if the fledgling American democracy began to crumble. Is this real? Is this real? This is like one of the first conspiracies that's come up so far that I have not heard of. Is this real? Is the Order of the Cincinnati a real thing? Skeptical of the viability of the untried democratic system. What, except like Greece? What? I thought, what? Okay. Washington took counsel in the story of the Roman general Cincinnatus, who was called from retirement to serve as dictator for 16 days in the defense of Rome, after which he returned home to his farm. In the wake of the revolution, the United States was vulnerable to any number of outside forces, and Washington felt that a strong central authority had to be present that could assume control of the government if necessary, and temporarily suspend the Constitution if required. Society of the Cincinnati is actually called. Oh. Huh. It's actually real, but the wiki says it was founded by Henry Knox. Okay, that makes more sense. Washington resigned as president after only 2 terms in office, but remained president of the Order of the Cincinnati until death. The order still exists to this day, a shadowy organization of the wealthy and powerful that has been linked to any number of other organizations, ranging from the Illuminati to the Trilateral Commission. They make conspiracies look so cool, but in reality it's just a bunch of rich, room-temperature IQ jackasses sitting in a room telling their secretaries to cause more problems. I don't know. I think it is. I think a lot of the people who do... Oh, I pressed pause instead of... I think they're definitely not cool. I agree with that. Most people who, like, any sort of conspiracy that actually exists, these people are like dorks. And they are not cool in any way, and they are surprisingly dumb. Evil still, you know what I mean, if they are really trying to do some of this stuff, but like surprisingly unintelligent. Do you think I can get up there? There looks to be like an extra... Do you see what I'm seeing? I feel like I may get rewarded for my exploration here if I... You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute. I could be completely wrong. Okay, wait. Okay, I got this. Use this to get up. What do you mean I can't jump on the chair? What do you mean? I should obviously be able to jump on that chair. If I put it here, I can jump on it. I can't? I thought I just did. Am I crazy? Didn't I just jump on this? Am I losing my mind? Didn't I just jump on this over here? Just now? I did that, right? I didn't hallucinate that? Okay, well now I hallucinated it. I apparently didn't do that. Okay. Well, I thought maybe there'd be a way up there, but there doesn't seem to be. Another book. More books. The Modern Terrorist Handbook. Yo, you guys ever read books like this, by the way? I'm not talking anarchist cookbook. I'm talking about the one with the scorpion on it. I can't remember what it's called. There's some real shit in some of these. One tool or weapon not to be neglected. Neglected. What's with the K? In the arsenal of the modern terrorist is the use of computer viruses to cause disruption to major city services and infrastructure. What is with the spelling of some of these words? Huh. And other targets of opportunity. Current heuristical viral stalkers are in. What am I having a stroke? Are ineffective. Typo there. Against modern polymorphic hothouse engines available to many sites on the internet. It can be easily linked to IP tunnelers for cheap, effective denial, spelt wrong, of service attack. Or, with some programming skills and icebreakers, a mutagenic cash and grab bird can be grown for the retrieval of species information of the unfortunate victims. Leet AF. Dude, that's not leet speak. That's like you're making me feel like I'm having a stroke. The following page will discuss some more typical viruses, such as Bandersnatch 128, Ulysses Dilemma, and 109. Okay. Basic firearm safety rules. Never point a firearm at anyone or anything you do not intend to shoot. Very true. Golden rule. Before handling any firearm, understand its operation. Always have your firearm pointed in a safe direction. Kind of goes with number one, kind of redundant, to be honest with you. Keep your firearm unloaded when not in use. Treat every firearm as if it were loaded. Never pass your firearm to another person until the cylinder or action is open and you visibly check that it is unloaded. Place your finger inside the trigger guard only when you are ready to fire. Yeah. This is all fair. Let's hack. It's hacking time. Oh, it requires tools. Okay, here goes all my tools. Taking a drink. Either the designer who made that document was drunk or he spilled coffee on it. Something's wrong with it. Honestly, it feels like it was on purpose, but I can't fathom why. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand for a second why. Oh. Medkit, weapon modification, thermoptic camo. Okay. All right. I don't know if that was worth 5 tools. But, okay. I also like how he stores his items in the void. This is not like a closet or like a back room. It's just like a bag of holding that he's installed into his wall. Let's drop... We can probably drop the stealth pistol. It feels like a waste, but it's like I'm doing non-lethal at the moment. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Really... And I know you might say, Michael, well, if you're doing non-lethal, you should drop the rocket. Rocket has other uses, okay? The rocket is a tool, not a weapon. All right? A rocket launcher is not a weapon. Pepper gun, med kit, charger, EMP grenades, candy bar. Well, we should be able to... Oh, this doesn't work for the tranq dart, and it doesn't work for rocket either. Well, that makes me kind of want to drop it then. I kind of don't need it then. This blows up, right? But I could use... Blowing up is not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, but this is like a pistol. Okay, I'll drop that. Okay. If I remember correctly, the stealth pistol does such little damage that I threw it away ASAP. At least the standard head gun can down fuckers with a headshot. Okay. Alright. Good to know. I don't feel foolish for getting rid of it. But I'm doing non-lethal anyway at this point. No spoilers. I am not even certain that non-lethal does anything, and I want no one to confirm or deny that. But I am operating on the assumption, delusional or no, that it does something. Let's go this way. I don't remember what's over here. I think we hopped over here for a second before, and then I went back because I thought I was going somewhere where I wanted to go. If that makes sense. to gamers, that makes sense. Okay. I have lockpicks. I think that won't be too much. 2. 6. Okay, perfect. There. Never pass firearm to another person unless you trust them completely. That's a pretty good rule too, actually. Maybe don't just be handing firearms around. You know, like yeah, that's and not even trust. Like someone might be like, well, what do you mean? Do you really think you're gonna wait? Now it's locked again. Now to shut it. Whoop, okay, whatever. But somebody might say in reaction to that, they might be like, what? Do you really think, you know, somebody in the shooting range that you hand the gun to is going to fire on you? And it's like, no, not on purpose. But I need to trust that they actually know what they're doing as well. You know what I mean? Court upholds New York grid law. New World Press, Washington, D.C. In a landmark 6-3 decision yesterday, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the controversial grid zoning laws that have been the subject of a number suits. Did Deus Ex not have an editor for this part of the game? I'm losing my mind. That have been the subject of a number suits. A number of suits being instituted 6 years ago. Originally, or maybe just the New World Press is not very, just kind of slacking. Originally passed by the New York legislature in 2046 in response to the Upper West Side bombing that killed 45 people and wounded over 100, the grid zoning laws effectively allowed the police to wall off regions of Manhattan and its surrounding boroughs. Foot traffic between these zones is prohibited, and traveling between zones is restricted to an authorized subway or highway subject to police surveillance. A travesty, said Gil Treble, representing the ACLU as plaintiffs in the case. Yo, remember when people respected the ACLU? Better days, you know? I bet that's one thing that Deus Ex actually did not predict. This law is nothing more than the legalization of social oppression on a grand scale. Supreme Court Justice Machen wrote in his favorable decision that the unfortunate nature of American liberty is that freedom creates opportunity for terror. It is with the heavy heart that I conclude in this case that the freedom of individual Americans must be balanced against the needs of a community to feel safe and secure. Ay, ay, ay. That is awful. Those who sacrifice liberty for safety deserve neither.
Back off, man.
Oh.
What I do?
Here's a question. If I beat up this bum for no reason, I'm still a non-lethal run, right? Why did he not fall over immediately? Like, this is non-lethal, right? I could just do that if I just feel the desire. I'm gonna load. I see no reason to beat up a bum, but I did. But I just kind of wanted to. I don't know. There was a violence in my heart at the moment, and I needed to satiate it, or else it would spread. But, yeah, I don't know. American Psycho pilled. The rocket launcher has been proven to open boxes. That's true. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's important to keep that. Is that a good guy? Yes. I have to go deal with a friend's ducks, and he finally gets to Deus Ex. I'm sorry, my man. That's brutal. That's terrible. On the plus side, though, you won't have too much to catch up to because we're probably not playing that for this long. We're playing this for that long. Yo! Wait a minute!
Nothing. I checked his pockets. You don't live underground and not have one of Charlie's cards. Make him take off his shoes.
I just sleep down there. They don't give you money unless you're on the council.
Take off your shoes. Charlie has no reason to be stingy.
What?
If he has a
Why is it off?
color.
Whoa, dude! Whoa, whoa! Well, you know what? Wait. This is the NSF? This makes the NSF feel like bad guys. Are you just killing bums? Why are you killing... I'm not getting involved. I thought the NSF were bad guys, but secretly good guys. This makes them seem like psychos. Oh. Well, that's a little bit of a psycho move on my part as well. Hey, play defense. Yo, they're still chasing him. Yo, they're still chasing him. They're an awful shot. They're still going. They're going after the other bum. But why? in the first mission, the bum was a government agent, which means all bums could be government agents. That's so psychotic. That's the most paranoid thing I've ever heard. Well, good luck, guys. The bums are really juking them so far. Where'd my basketball go? There we go. Good luck, guys. I got a ball. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, pathetic. It's always slightly to the right, so let's try this. Now it's to the left. Oh, that was close! I gotta make one, obviously. What? Come on, dude. You know, everyone here knows that should have gone in. Everyone. Okay, this is like actually impossible. It's like random where he throws it. Sometimes it's to the left, sometimes it's to the right. Sign him up for the Knicks! Apparently that counted as a goal. Do you see that message I just got? Sign him up for the Knicks. Did I say goal? Apparently that counts. What if I do this? Will I get a message? No. Well, I got it, the sign him up for the Knicks message, so I guess I did it. Just because the government's evil doesn't mean the terrorists are good. Oh. Oh. Hi.
Back off, pretty boy.
Am I pretty? Well. Am I pretty? am me? me? I'm pretty? Pretty boy. I didn't expect that. I didn't know. Haven't you seen yourself in the mirror? Not lately. Something funny about this. Something funny about this. Something darkly funny about that. You know what I mean? Something about that gets me laughing. Something about this. Something about that does it for me. You literally got spooked by your own reflection like 10 minutes ago. Oh yeah, I did. That's correct. That's right. That chalk line, dude, is huge. Yeah, that's a good point. The comparison between the chalk line and the actual guy. Andre the Giant. You're right. It's a massive man that died there. How did he die? How is a man so massive even able to be killed? Wait, okay, so we probably want to go in here, but now I just want to take a look, because there's clearly more. So these guys are friendlies. I hate picking up bodies, picking through their pockets, finding things that might be useful, but being forced to pick up their knives, which I don't want. Because I live in the UK, knives are illegal. I don't live in the UK, luckily, I'm joking. Man like that dies, the very bones of the earth quake. That's what I'm saying. I think... Oh, right, I'm supposed to go on a vent! That's my side mission, right? Yeah, I need to go on a vent. We're never doing the main mission. It's like Skyrim, it never happens.
All clear.
All clear. Are you gonna... Why did I do it again? Why did I do it again? Why did I do it again? Free clinic.
Took 'em out.
Interesting. Yo, why are there so many similarities between Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines and this game?
Agent.
Am I crazy, or like, I feel like there are so many little similarities. They have very similar vibes. Is it just the time period? Is it just like the dark 90s city aesthetic? Is it just the fact that a free clinic even exists here for some reason makes me think like, oh yeah, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
I heard.
I've never seen a free clinic in my life.
Outside. They told me to come in.
The riot cops are running. Sorry, I ain't got nothing for you. Hey there. I'm Raphael. This here's Jake. Hey.
Hey.
Sorry, you wanted something?
Hey. The homeless people have names.
Welcome to Tenderloin Clinic.
Awaiting authorization.
Tenderloin.
Please proceed to the examining room.
Yo, I don't have to wait in line? Probably because I'm pretty. Let's hack into the hospitals. I think it's time to hack into the hospitals. Apologies, Alice. Sorry the way things have been recently. I've been through tough times before, and they come on like storms. When you're in the middle of one, you don't think the sunlight will ever break through again. There were some stretches in Texas when the fighting got so bad it seemed like there was nothing but wounded people wherever I went. And that's all I saw, just wounds to be bandaged. It was a hard stretch, but we'll pull through all right. And we'll have a lot of help. And we'll help a lot of people who wouldn't be helped otherwise. We've got a lot of faith in you and the rest of the staff will make it.
All forms of digital cash. Please have your card ready.
Not now. Please. It's all ice cream and lollipops. That's what the nice man on TV said.
What? Huh? What does she mean?
Who will help the widow's son? Excuse me? Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else.
Code! Bum code! Bum code! Bum code! I need a bum code. Okay. Noted. Noted. Bum. Code bum.
You look like the do-it-yourself type. How about the automated care plan? Only 2,000 credits. Medkits are 300, but if you want augmentation work, you need the bots.
What is this how much money do I have? How much money do I have? I have no idea. Is 2,000 a lot? It sounds like a lot. Do I have 2,000 to spend? Oh my inventory. 3,600. I am missing a leg. I am literally missing a leg and the other one's almost gone. I guess I'll take the full program.
The code to the surgery bay is 2153. The medical bots will handle your case from now on.
Are you telling me I could have just hacked into that shit?
Can help you.
Ay, ay, ay. Are you kidding me? Oh, it would have cost 8. Okay, never mind. I love that I just walk in, the machine does it. What is the point of the doctor then? Have the doctors been replaced? The point of the doctor was just to collect my payment? That could have been done by a cash register. For a second I thought that was the end of me.
And cash before treatment can begin.
I'm very suspicious of doctors. Well, this is kind of pleasant though. In a way. I'm very suspicious of hospitals, so that situation freaked me out. What?
We've done all that we can. It's time for you to go.
This is supposed to be a free clinic. Bet you do something if I had more money.
You've got the plague, sir.
You know, rich people don't get gray death.
Don't make me call security.
Like Mr. Billionaire Bob Page.
Bob Page.
He don't have it. The president don't have it. I never seen a movie star who's got it. You don't have it. Wait your turn.
You should be more appreciative. By helping you, this gentleman risks his own health. Yeah, that's true.
You should be more appreciative. By helping you, this gentleman risks his own health.
But he won't give me any medicine.
Trust me, when there's a cure, the city will underwrite the cost. The virus threatens everyone.
Will they?
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
I hesitate to prescribe the treatment for you.
You better not.
Yikes. Okay.
They say the plague came from monkeys. But that's not true. It was the army.
Oh! Interesting.
My friend, the diplomat. You can have a med kit for 180.
What? You're gonna charge me? I may have just saved your life from an escalating bum fight. And you're gonna... I'll give you a discount. How greedy. That's worse than saying nothing. You could have just said, thank you. And I would have been like, all right, yeah, no worries. But saying like, I'm gonna give you a discount on this med kit? My man.
No thanks.
I don't even want to talk to you. I'm insulted. I'm insulted. Oh! Oh! They're all dead. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, just checking for... Oh, my bad. Sorry, just checking for... don't mind me. Sorry, just checking for... Yep. Don't worry about me. Just checking for items. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got it through the... I pulled it through the bars! Always be hustling. With this guy he sickens me.
This line has been shut down by order of UNESCO.
Grave times drown the ceremony of innocence party in blood-dimmed tide lose all conviction. Featuring Oblivion, Pretty and Twisted, Tiger, DJ VLIW and the Gibson Cowboys, and Brewer's Phrase. Location Undernet 245910003. No guns, no knives, no morals, no thing, nowhere, no cops. Yes, Zyme. Yes, sex. Yes, dance. Yesterday. Everything is permitted, nothing is free. Everything is permitted? Excuse me? Everything is permitted. No guns, no knives, no morals, no things, no way. There's no cops. There's so many things. You listed more things that were not permitted than things that were permitted. You cannot make a list of things that's not permitted and then say nothing is everything's permitted. People, anarchists, my man. If you're gonna be an anarchist, be consistent. It's like, here, wait. Another week, another report. The triage situation here is getting tight. So many people with the gray death, and we simply can't help them. At best, we give them fluids and attempt to keep them hydrated until they crash out, but that's just taking up space we could use for someone treatable. A lot of them have nowhere to go. No social support. They're creating problems in the clinic. Security is virtually non-existent. A few times I've had to trank someone and drag them out back into the street. Secondary diseases on the rise. Lots of tetanus, gangrene, resistant... Okay. They're crashing out. I like the phraseology of that, crashing out, actually. But Oblivion, I love that game. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Oblivion is, I would love to go see Oblivion in concert. Anybody else should listen to Young Scroll? Young Scrolls? Is it Young Scrolls or Young Scroll? You know what I'm talking about. Young Scrolls, I'm pretty sure. That stuff's fire. It's actually good. That's what listening to Oblivion means in my eyes. This system, I have a couple problems with. Just gonna say it. This game may be a masterpiece so far, but secondary disease is another thing. We missed last week's supply shipment. We're getting low on. I think they're shooting outside. I've got to go. Do what you can. Let me know what to expect. And then don't worry. All got faith in you. There's no need to apologize. None of us would be here if we didn't believe in what we were doing. Okay, that was so not worth it. Young Scrolls. Yeah. I think there's something, like, wrong with me. What do you think? Why do they float? Huh. Is there something wrong with me? Because for some reason, I feel the indescribable need to stack these bodies on top of each other in a corner. Just because it seems kind of funny. And I don't even know why. But, like, I have to do it. Like, I just have to. It's like something in my brain. It's like I need to clean up. Or I need to, like, show how gruesome the hospital really is. And by stacking everyone on the ground, it gives a more realistic picture of what the hospital does to people. It's like a message. It's a political message or something. I don't know.
Hi, I'm in charge of law enforcement on this block. You doing all right?
Yeah. They told me to come in here. Is that okay?
Perfectly fine. Just making sure everyone's safe.
Hey, while you're at it, you ought to do something about the NSF. Perfectly good shelter.
You know what they're doing in this neighborhood?
Kicked us out of the old Osgood place. A bunch of us camping in the tunnels. Talk about rights, but when they want something, they take it.
Maybe I'll look into it. You take care of yourself.
Okay. Oh! There's gonna be a secret item in the women's restroom. There's no way there's not. First of all, I'm gonna release a rat into the hospital. No rat in that one. That means the UNATCO building is dirtier than, What is this setup? Excuse me? 2 toilets, no stalls, with a mirror directly across? What are we doing here, ladies? Are there any women here can confirm, do women bathrooms look like this? This is insane. The divider is hardly anything, is what this is. And what's the point of the divider if you can see him in the mirror? What is this? The men's wasn't this crazy, right? It's a urinal and a toilet. That's a little crazy. This is a little crazy. But it makes me assume that this is a bathroom that you lock. Right? Because it's only got one toilet, one urinal. That's a single person bathroom. That's what that is. So this didn't strike me as crazy. There's no sink. There's no sink. But other than that, it doesn't strike me as crazy. But the women's with 2 toilets is clearly a multi-use bathroom. This is insane. Angular toilets go wicked hard. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of cool, though. I don't know if it would be comfortable, but it is angular.
If you think you have gray death, please pick up an information packet.
She's very professional, not calling me out coming out of the women's restroom. She's like, you know what? It's the year 2045. I can't say shit or I'm going to get fired.
Christ. You see the guy begging for a cure?
Yeah, what about him?
It won't help. There is no cure.
How do you know?
They show you stuff in the military.
Oh.
You want to know the real battlefield? It's microscopic. We can't even see it. Lucky for me, I got immunizations.
Lucky for me.
Well, once you're infected, you're infected.
And what about me?
I don't know. You got lucky. Not a bad thing to be.
That's semi-realistic as well. You know what I mean? So the only reason that I didn't get this disease is because of the vaccine. Wait, but I didn't get the vaccine. Why did I get it? Unexplainable mystery. I have no idea. Especially since he's literally in a hospital filled with people. I'm trying to open my goal menu. It's taking forever. Filled with people who have the disease. And it's just like, I don't know. What a mystery. You know what I mean? Can't be explained. Why does it take so long to open this menu? It's gonna drive me up the wall, dude. Oh. So how are you? How are you all doing while I wait for the game to load or crash? Oh, never mind. Don't want to know. Never mind. Don't answer. Never mind. Don't care. Gaming. Rescue smuggler's friend. Yeah. So I still want to go into the sewers. No, but I mean, you can still tell me how you're doing. You wash your hands in the urinal. Oh, that's gross.
All clear.
All clear. Here's a question for you. This is a psychological question more than anything. Any of you here, do you, A, this is not a multiple choice question. I'm just asking if you do any of these things. First of all, does anyone here eat in the bathroom under any circumstances? Yes, no. Just want to know. Just want to have an idea. I'll give my opinions in a second, if anyone answers. Some of you might be scared and not want to answer, but curious. Let's just start with that one. If I answer multiple questions, then we'll get confused. I see one no, which is an answer. I'm not gonna say anything yet. It's an answer. We're in, by the way. Yes, you eat in the bathroom under some Okay. All right. How? Okay. No. I got another no. There's a bit of a delay on the chat, I think. Do I? Let's see. Is that a turret? Yep. I think I'll be good. Only if I'm eating out of the toilet. My man. No! Okay. Easy. Hello? There we go. Nothing to worry about. No, dude. Okay, so what I'm saying is, I feel like I have a psychological block where there is no way I could possibly eat something while in the toilet. While in the bathroom. There's just no way. And I can't even imagine the idea of doing so. And so I'm just wondering, like, people who do that, are you just built different? Is it just something you get used to over time? I like can't imagine. What is that? X2. Oh! I could definitely eat in the bathroom, even a public bathroom. You could eat a public bathroom. You could eat in a public bathroom. You could eat a public bathroom. I can't believe that, dude. How? How? If I'm eating and I need to shit, I stop eating to go shit. Or I hold my shit. I don't see why you'd eat in the bathroom. But you're saying that you could? I pull my pants down and sit down and keep eating. Eating while pooping is an artistic statement. Matter in, matter out. I've eaten in public bathrooms before. I'm so hungry I could eat a public bathroom. Dude, I just don't understand it. There's a psychological block in my mind where it's like, these things do not mix. There's like, and I'm not saying it's for like a logical reason. Maybe poop particles in the air or something, I don't know, but like, I just feel like you can't do that. It's a line that can't be crossed. To Lieutenant Maxwell Hammer, covert surveillance of warehouse. The mission is authorized at level of Thrones 6G. You will not interface with local authorities, UNATCO, or other government agencies. You are to act with prejudice against any threat to mission objectives. Code is 2167. Oh, what? So this is another military group. Interesting. Okay. Have I accomplished my mission? I don't... This was... You know what I mean? I'd eat while pissing, not while pooping. No, dude. I mean, it's just like... You breathe in the poop anyway. Who breathes in poop? What do you mean? Who's breathing in poop? Speak for yourself. I'm not breathing in poop. I hold my breath. I hold my breath in the bathroom. Ain't no poop eating happening here. Where do I go? Is it through here? It must be. Oh, okay. Which one is it? Probably this one. If you can smell it, it's in the air. I don't know, dude. There's just a difference. There's a difference between breathing it in and consuming it. I don't know if that makes sense. Does this count? Yes. There's just a difference. And if you don't understand the difference, you don't recognize the difference, we're just not on the same page. I don't know, man.
Information on what you might be getting into. It seems worth following up.
If you breathe in poop through your face sockets, you get pink eye. I don't even understand that. Wait, okay. Wait, are these bombs? Okay, well, let's just do one of those. Dude, I don't have time for that, like, stealth shit. I'm shooting a rocket at it. That's me, that's how I do this. Is this thing gonna shoot? This thing, there's not even a way for it to activate, right? 2167. Why have two codes? It's the same code. Why have two locks? Okay, well, I'm kind of surprised by the answers I've received here. I gotta say. Okay, well, this is a bit of a problem. I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised at the answers. I didn't expect a lot of people to say, "Yeah, I can eat in the toilet. I can eat in the bathroom." I'm very shocked. I feel like I'm never gonna look at you the same way again. It's kind of concerning to me, actually. I was gonna have a second question, and now it's like I don't even know if I can. I don't know. I have to like. I have to reassess my entire. I need to reassess everything. You eat in the bathroom. Do you do it regularly? What's the situation in which you eat in the bathroom? When was the last time you pooped outside? I don't know. I've done it camping before, but I can't recall. But I don't then squat down next to the poop and eat. Do you know what I mean? This is your viewer base. You reap what you sow. Yikes, that's an indictment of me, isn't it? Okay. I think Northern Lion eats in the bathroom. He's a psycho! He's a psycho! Really? That's crazy! Oh, wait. Turret attacking allies. Wait, it was already set to allies earlier. Let's just bypass. Bypass. It's not going to attack anyone. That's fine. Oh, hello! He doesn't notice? Oh! Okay. Oh! We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Get it twisted. NL is a psychopath who eats poop particles. Get it twisted.
That's the one. Okay, drop it.
Okay, well, they seem to have noticed me. I think they may have noticed me. I think maybe I missed. I think maybe I missed his head and this didn't work. I think maybe I may have made a mistake. But it's fine, because you just wait and they forget. One guy falls over, the other guy forgets. Come on, this has got to be a headshot. Right. Oh, come on, don't move. There. Nope. Not by any means. You should eat your bowl of overnight oats over a bowl into which you deposit the oats you've processed overnight. I hate what you're saying.
Finish him off.
Huh? He's gonna fall over in a second. There we go. We're good, we're good. When I was in the Marines, I used to take baby white baths and used to do duty in holes in the ground. I used to have a schick razor I would drop into a water ball and shake around to clean all the sand out from in between the blades to shave. Yeah, that's fine. Every single thing you mentioned is better than eating in the bathroom. Like, everything you mentioned, that is all perfectly okay. I have no problem with any of the things you said. I have a problem with people eating in the bathroom. And I'm trying to, now I'm asking myself, am I the problem? Am I wrong? No. It's the kids who are wrong. Even though I'm Gen Z, am I not the kids anymore? Isn't that crazy? Gen Z is now no longer the kids. I'm married. I have a son. He's the kids. You know what I mean? Why does it take so long to load the inventory? I have showered in an open shower before. Dude, I mean, that's just poverty pilled. Our shower broke in the house when I was a kid, and instead of repairing it, it would cost too much money. So my grandpa built a shower out of PVC pipe out in the backyard, and we just showered out in the yard instead. It had a curtain around it, but planes would fly over because we lived next to an Air Force base, and they'd get quite a show, I'm sure. From security to J Stewart MJ12. MJ12! That's a thing? MJ12. Isn't that... What's the Secret Service in England? Isn't there an MJ11, MJ12? You know what I'm talking about? Our security grid is now online and active. We'll perform a thorough system every 12 hours to ensure integrity and expectation of the shipment from Hong Kong. If you'd like to monitor our status, you can access the grid with logon MJ12 and password coup d'etat. You're thinking M16 and M15. I am definitely thinking M16 and M15. You were absolutely right. That is exactly what I'm thinking. Yep. No. Okay. Yeah. I don't eat in the bathroom, but I do come from the era of 2 girls in a cup. Dude, that's my era as well. I don't know. We probably overlap a bit in era because I'm a Zoomer, but I also recall that. So we talked about that in grade school, which is actually crazy to say out loud. But I remember in like 4th or 5th grade, people talking about 2 girls, 1 cup. So yeah, I'm right there with you. Hearing a Zoomer say he's married make me feel old. Well, you're old. Deal with it, loser. No, I mean, you know, old is relative. At least that's what all the pedophiles told me as a kid. Just a number. Do I want to? I don't even think I want to. 1 weapons crate? Whatever that is over there. That looks like it could be valuable. Oh! We dive! What? What? Why is he down here? What? Oh, they're shooting me. Finally, my dolphin swimming skills come into effect. 1 weapons crate, 2 cups. Okay, alright, well, this is fine. Can you stop doing that? Why isn't it aiming? What if I do this? There we go. There we go. Headshot. Nope. Into the water. This water is poison, but then once you're in it enough, it stops being poisonous. You notice that? Look, it's gonna stop being poisonous in a second. Yep, now it's fine. So like, you just need to get your immune system used to it, and then your body can handle it just fine. It's like Nigeria. You know what I mean? If a foreigner falls into the water in one of their slums, they die instantly of like some crazy mega disease. But if you're a local, you swim in it. You know? So what if the sewage dumps into the water? It's right there. It's fun. Get in. Water's warm. Nice and warm. The youngest millennial is like 27 now. The youngest millennial? Depends on your definition. The youngest millennial should be like 29 or 30. Because the cutoff for Gen Z is 97, 96. Right there. Because basically the cutoff is based off of like culture. You know what I mean? And like what they experienced as kids and all that kind of stuff. And so I've always used 1998 as a cutoff. Well, the thing is, it's hard to have a clear cutoff because the real cutoff is whether or not they remember 9/11. If you remember 9/11, then you are a millennial or older. If you don't remember 9/11, you are a Gen Z or younger. So, personally, after 3, you're likely to remember 9/11. Well, I don't know. Speak for yourself. I know plenty of people who wouldn't fall into that. But yeah, normally the cutoff does seem to be like 97, 96. You know, I don't want to give you my exact date of birth, but you know, people born in 97 are out of diapers significantly. Actually, people born around the year 97 are changing diapers of their children. Is your son Gen Alpha or Gen Beta? Well, they're calling. See, this is the problem. You have to have something big which determines the changes in generations. It's too early. My son is not even 2 years old. It's too early to say what the generation even is yet. What's the difference between Gen Alpha and Gen Beta? What is it? You can't just say, oh, it's been 10 years, 20 years. No, that's not how it works. All right? It's got to be a war or a major, like, cultural defining change. COVID, you could say, right? Somebody who goes through their entire schooling with post-COVID or during COVID, right? Like Gen Z, schooling might have been, you know, they might have been in college during COVID, they might have been working, or they were in like high school. Napalm. But if you're in like maybe grade school, elementary school, even like middle school, maybe you're into like Gen Alpha or something. I'm extremely uncomfortable with the idea that there are adults who don't remember the 90s. I don't remember the 90s. I don't remember a lick of the 90s. I actually do not remember a single thing in the 90s. My earliest memories would have been post-90s, for sure. Surely each generation is sired by the generation preceding once removed. Well, that is one way to look at it. But not really. Okay. Least effective guard of all time. Least effective guard I have seen in my life, ever. But no, I would say, no. I like, if you look at, like, older generations, it doesn't work that way. Like, it's very much based off of what they experienced in their life, what their outlook on life tends to be, like, common traits between people of the generation.
This area is an old water treatment facility. I wonder what all these paramilitary types are doing down here. But considering what the smuggler said, I would imagine this is where they're holding his friend, Forge Schick.
But yeah, like, the Japanese, for instance, they have their own generations, and they're based off of, like, the people who came before the big bubble burst of the economy, the people who came after it, like, the post-war, the, like, different, and they, like, even get divided up even, like, more specifically, and, like, okay, wait. What does this even matter? Oh, I should just turn off all the cameras. Duh. I like how turning off the camera does not turn off the camera in, like, any way. Like, the camera is clearly on. I know what it means. I know that, like, it won't detect me now. But it's just funny. It's like the camera is on. Do you think I can do this? Do you believe in me? Just a young Zoomer trying his best? Actually, by most accounts, I'm an old Zoomer.
Aim for the head.
Okay. I forget how far up someone's butt you have to be to knock them out successfully. Let's try again. You have to be so far sniffing their farts. There you go. That's the difference. Why do I search them every time? Every time they have nothing but a knife, which I don't want, and I end up dropping. Every time. I should just stop dropping the knife, honestly.
Did anybody else
hear something? Nothing here now.
Let's peek. Let's peek. Okay, well, I mean, I can work with this. Step 1, get in his butt. Step 2, knock him out. Didn't work that time. Broadly, though, Greatest Generation sired boomers, who sired millennials. Silent Gen sired Gen X, who sired zoomers. Yeah, I think that is mostly right, because I think my dad was, Gen X. So yeah, that'd be right. Step 3, die. It's a plan. But yeah, what was I saying about generations? I thought we were talking about something else. We got here by talking about... We did it again! About eating in the bathroom. And I swear there was something else I was going to say with that. There was like a more minor. I fully expected everyone here to say, of course I don't eat in the bathroom, that's disgusting. And then I was going to say something a little crazier. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, but what about this? Do you do this? Because I don't even think this is okay. But we didn't even get to it. Now it's been wiped from my memory because, like, apparently...
You must be Ford Chick.
Who are you?
You guys will do anything.
Smuggler sent me. Who's holding you here? I don't recognize the uniforms of the soldiers.
I don't know. They're private security for a biotech company or something. They had me doing antibody work.
Corporate security isn't usually outfitted to fight a ground war.
They're doing experiments on people. They don't want anybody finding out.
You had a second question, but you got stun-locked by 2 weirdos. Who, really no surprise that you've attracted, since you mentioned rectal transplants. I never said rectal transplants. Then don't put words in my mouth. They're doing... Wait here while I deal with security.
Tell me when the coast is clear.
Alright, we're actually going to save there and stop. It is getting late. I apologize for 4 hours of yapping and then 1 hour of game. I have never had that kind of ratio in my life. Wait. But that is what happened. An insane ratio of yapping to game. I will not be doing that next time. I did not realize that was going to go that far. Was going to go that long. But thank you for joining. The stream definitely died off toward when the yapping continued forever. But about a dozen of you troopers stayed with it. You know what I mean? Real gamers here. But yeah, it's good to be back. And I appreciate you all stopping by once again. You should do an experimental stream on Monday and another on Friday. See, well, that's the thing, is like this stream hasn't proven anything. I was trying to see which did better, Monday or Friday streams. And then just like pick one and keep doing it. But this stream did way worse than the one on Monday, but also did worse than the one on Friday, so it's proven nothing. It just proves that I yapped too much. But that doesn't prove anything either. I don't know, dude. The stream has proven that yapping streams suck. I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe an hour of yapping is the maximum that we can do and still hold the ratio to be okay. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, the yapping has to happen during the game. And I can respect that, actually. I really can respect that. So, things to consider. Yapping during the game is the best. You need the gaming to maintain those zoomer attention spans. That's very fair. But okay, I'm going. Bye-bye. Hello, bye. Why I say hello in the middle of that? I'm having a seizure. I'm so tired and also very sweaty. It's so hot in here. Anyway, thanks for joining. Good conversation about generations and eating in the bathroom that stun-locked me. But yeah, I will be streaming next Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern for sure. I might stream on Monday as well. I haven't decided yet. But if I do, it'll be at 6:30 or like 6 or 6:30 p.m. Eastern. But all right. See ya.